become disturbed by the blazing fire of material pangs. Krishna consciousness gives them relief like a cloud. The cloud and Krishna, having the same bodily color also, are considered to be friends. Desiring to congratulate its superior friend, the cloud poured not water, but small flowers and covered the head of Krishna, just like an umbrella to protect him from the scorching sunshine. One of the gopis told Mother Yashoda, "My dear mother, your son is very expert among the cowherd boys. He knows all the different arts of how to tend the cows and how to play the flute. He composes his own songs, and to play them he puts his flute to his mouth. When he plays, either in the morning or in the evening, all the demigods, including Lord Shiva, Brahma, Indra and Chandra, bow their heads and listen with great attention. Although they are very learned and expert, they cannot understand the musical arrangements of Krishna's flute. They simply listen attentively and try to understand, but they become bewildered and nothing more." Another gopi said, "My dear friends, when Krishna returns home with his cows, the footprints of the soles of his feet, with flag, thunderbolt, trident, and lotus flower, relieve the pain the earth feels when the cows traverse it. He walks in a stride which is so attractive, and he carries his flute. Just by looking at him, we become lusty to enjoy his company. At that time, our movements cease. We become just like trees and stand perfectly still, unaware that our hair and clothes are loosening." Krishna had many thousands of cows, and they were divided into groups according to their colors. They were also differently named according to color. When he would prepare to return from the pasturing ground, he would gather all the cows. As Vaishnavas count 108 beads, which represent the 108 individual gopis, so Krishna would also count on 108 beads to count the different groups of cows. When Krishna returns, he is garlanded with tulsi leaves. A gopi described him to a friend. He puts his hand on the shoulder of a cowherd boyfriend and begins to blow his transcendental flute. The wives of the black deer become enchanted upon hearing the vibration of his flute, which resembles the vibration of the veena. The deer come to Krishna and become so charmed that they stand still, forgetting their homes and husbands. Like us, who are enchanted by the ocean of the transcendental qualities of Krishna, the she-deer become enchanted by the vibration of his flute. Another gopi told Mother Yashoda, "My dear mother, when your son returns home, he decorates himself with the buds of the kunda flower, and just to enlighten and gladden his friends, he blows his flute. The breeze blowing from the south creates a pleasing atmosphere because it is fragrant and very cool. Minor demigods like the Gandharvas and Siddhas take advantage of this atmosphere and offer prayers to your son by sounding their bugles and drums. Krishna is very kind to the inhabitants of Vraja Vrindavan, and when he returns with his cows and friends, he is remembered as the lifter of Govardhan Hill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the most exalted demigods like Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva come down to offer their evening prayers, and they accompany the cowherd boys in glorifying the qualities of Krishna. Krishna is compared to the moon, born in the ocean of the womb of Devaki. When he returns to the evening, it appears that he is fatigued, but he still tries to gladden the inhabitants of Vrindavan by his auspicious presence. When Krishna returns, garlanded with flowers, his face looks beautiful, adorned with golden earrings. He walks into Vrindavan with a stride just like the elephants, and slowly enters his home. Upon his return, the men, women and cows of Vrindavan immediately forget the scorching heat of the day. Such descriptions of Krishna's transcendental pastimes and activities were remembered by the gopis during his absence from Vrindavan. They give us some idea of how attractive Krishna is, not only to human beings, but to all animate and inanimate objects. In Vrindavan, everyone and everything is attracted to Krishna, including the trees, the plants, the water, and animals like the deer and cows. That is the perfect description of Krishna's all-attractiveness. The example of the gopis is very instructive to persons who are trying to be absorbed in Krishna consciousness. One can very easily associate with Krishna simply by remembering his transcendental pastimes. Everyone has a tendency to love someone. That Krishna should be the object of love is the central point of Krishna consciousness. By constantly chanting the Hare Krishna mantra and remembering the transcendental pastimes of Krishna, one can be fully in Krishna consciousness and thus make his life sublime and fruitful. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 35th chapter of Krishna, the gopis' feelings of separation. Chapter 36, Kamsa sends Akrura for Krishna. Vrindavan was always absorbed in the thought of Krishna. Everyone remembered his pastimes and was constantly merged in the ocean of transcendental bliss. But the material world is so contaminated that even in Vrindavan the asuras or demons tried to disturb the peaceful situation. Once a demon named Arishtashura entered the village in the form of a great bull with a gigantic body and huge horns, digging up the earth with his hooves. When the demon entered Vrindavan, the whole land appeared to tremble as if there were an earthquake. He roared fiercely, and after digging up the earth on the riverside, he entered the village proper. The fearful roaring of the bull was so piercing that some of the pregnant cows and women had miscarriages. Its body was so big, stout and strong that a cloud hovered over its body just as clouds hover over mountains. Aristasura entered Vrindavan with such a fearful appearance that just on seeing this great demon, all the men and women were afflicted with great fear, and the cows and other animals fled the village. The situation became very terrible, and all the inhabitants of Vrindavan began to cry, "Krishna, Krishna, please save us." Krishna saw that the cows were running away, and he immediately replied, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." He then entered before Aristasura and said, "You lowest of living entities, why are you frightening the inhabitants of Gokula? What will you gain by this action? If you have come to challenge my authority, then I am prepared to fight you." In this way, Krishna challenged the demon, and the demon became very angry by the words of Krishna. Krishna stood before the bull, resting his hand on the shoulder of a friend. The bull proceeded toward Krishna in anger, digging the earth with his hooves. Aristasura lifted his tail, and it appeared that clouds were hovering about the tail. His eyes were reddish and moving in anger. Pointing his horns at Krishna, he charged him just like the thunderbolt of Indra. But Krishna immediately caught his horns and tossed him away, just as a gigantic elephant repels a small inimical elephant. Although the demon was perspiring and appeared very tired, he took courage and got up. Again he charged Krishna with great force and anger. While rushing toward Krishna, he breathed very heavily. Krishna again caught his horns and immediately threw him to the ground, breaking his horns. Krishna then began to kick his body, just as one squeezes a wet cloth on the ground. Being thus kicked by Krishna, Aristasura rolled over and began to move his legs violently, bleeding from the mouth and passing stool and urine, his eyes starting from their sockets. He passed to the kingdom of death. The demigods in the celestial planets showered flowers on Krishna for his wonderful achievement. Krishna was already the life and soul of the inhabitants of Vrindavan, and after killing this demon in the shape of a bull, he became the cynosure of all eyes. With Balaram, he triumphantly entered Vrindavan village, and the inhabitants glorified him and Balaram with great jubilation. When a person performs some wonderful feat, his kinsmen and relatives and friends naturally become jubilant. It was after this incident that the great sage Narada disclosed to Kamsa the secret of Krishna. Narada Muni is generally known as Deva Darshana, which means that he can be seen only by demigods or persons on the same level with the demigods. But Narada visited Kamsa, who was not at all on the level of the demigods, and allowed Kamsa to see him. Of course, Kamsa also saw Krishna. What to speak of Narada Muni? But unless one sees the Lord or his devotees with purified eyes, excuse me, with purified eyes, one cannot derive the actual benefit. That's okay. Of course, anyone who associates with a pure devotee derives imperceptible benefit, which is called agyata sukriti. One cannot understand how he is making progress, yet he makes progress by seeing the devotee of the Lord. Narada Muni's mission was to finish things quickly. Krishna appeared in order to kill the demons, and Kamsa was the chief among them. Narada wanted to expedite things. Therefore, he immediately approached Kamsa with all the real information. You are to be killed by the eighth son of Vasudeva. Narada told Kamsa, that eighth son is Krishna. You are misled by Vasudeva into believing that the eighth issue of Vasudeva was a daughter. Actually, the daughter was born to Yashoda, the wife of Nanda Maharaj, and Vasudeva exchanged his son for the daughter. So you are misled. Krishna is the son of Vasudeva, as is Balaram. Being afraid of your atrocious nature, Vasudeva has tactfully hidden them in Vrindavan out of your sight. Narada further informed Kamsa, Krishna and Balaram have been living incognito in the care of Nanda Maharaj. All the Asuras, your companions who were sent to Vrindavan to kill different children, were killed by Krishna and Balaram. As soon as Kamsa got this information from Narada Muni, he took out his sharp sword and prepared to kill Vasudeva for his duplicity. But Narada pacified him. You are not to be killed by Vasudeva, he said. Why are you so anxious to kill him? Better try to kill Krishna and Balaram. But in order to satisfy his wrath, Kamsa arrested Vasudeva and his wife and shackled them in iron chains, acting on the new information. Thank you, Prabhu. Jai Prabhupada. Sorry. Acting on the new information, Kamsa immediately called for the Keshi demon and asked him to go to Vrindavan immediately to kill Balaram and Krishna. In actuality, Kamsa asked Keshi to go to Vrindavan to be killed by Krishna and Balaram and thus get salvation. Then Kamsa called for his expert elephant trainers, as well as for the wrestlers Chanura, Mushtika, Shala, Toshala, etc. And he told them, my dear friends, try to hear me attentively. At Nanda Maharaj's place in Vrindavan, there are two brothers, Krishna and Balaram. They are actually two sons of Vasudeva. As you know, I have been destined to be killed by Krishna. There is a prophecy to this effect. Now I am requesting you to arrange for a wrestling match. People from different parts of the country will come to see the festival. I will arrange to get those two boys here, and you will try to kill them in the wrestling arena. Wrestling matches are still enjoyed by people in northern India, and it appears from the statements of Srimad Bhagavatam that 5,000 years ago, wrestling was also popular. Kamsa planned to arrange such a wrestling competition and to invite people to visit. He also told the trainers of the elephants, be sure to bring the elephant named Kuvalayapid and keep him at the gate of the wrestling arena. Try to capture Krishna and Balaram on their arrival and have the elephant kill them. Kamsa also advised his friends to arrange to worship Lord Shiva by offering animal sacrifices and performing the sacrifice called Dhanur Yagya, and the sacrifice performed on the 14th day of the moon, known as Chaturdashi. This date falls 3 days after Ekadashi, and it is set aside for the worship of Lord Shiva. One of the plenary portions of Lord Shiva is called Kala Bhairava. This form of Lord Shiva is worshipped by demons who offer animals killed before him. The process is still current in India in a place called Vaidyanath Dham, where demons offer animal sacrifices to the deity of Kala Bhairava. Kamsa belonged to this demoniac group. He was also an expert diplomat, and so he quickly arranged for his demon friends to try to kill Krishna and Balaram. He then called for Akrura, one of the descendants in the family of Yadu, in which Krishna was born as the son of Vasudeva. When Akrura came to see Kamsa, Kamsa very politely shook hands with him and said, "My dear Akrura, actually I have no better friend than you in the Bhoja and Yadu dynasties. You are the most munificent person, so as a friend I am begging charity from you. Actually I have taken shelter of you exactly as King Indra takes shelter of Lord Vishnu. I request you to go immediately to Vrindavan and find the two boys named Krishna and Balaram. They are the sons of Nanda Maharaj. Take this nice chariot, especially prepared for the boys, and bring them here immediately. That is my request to you. Now my plan is to kill these two boys. As soon as they come in the gate, there will be a giant elephant named Kuvalayapid waiting, and possibly he will be able to kill them. But if somehow or other they escape, they will next meet the wrestlers and will be killed by them. That is my plan. And after killing these two boys, I shall kill Vasudeva and Nanda, who are supporters of the Vrishni and Bhoja dynasties. I shall also kill my father Ugrasena and his brother Devaka, because they are actually my enemies and are hindrances to my diplomacy and politics. Thus I shall get rid of all my enemies. Jarasandha is my father-in-law, and I have a great monkey friend named Vivida. With their help, it will be easy to kill all the kings on the surface of the earth who support the demigods. This is my plan. In this way I shall be free from all opposition, and it will be very pleasant to rule the world without obstruction. You may know also that Shambhara, Narakasura, and Banasura are my intimate friends, and when I begin this war against the kings who support the demigods, they will help me considerably. Surely I shall be rid of all my enemies. Please go immediately to Vrindavan and encourage the boys to come here to see the beauty of Mathura and take pleasure in the wrestling competition." After hearing this plan of Kamsa's, Akrura replied, "My dear king, your plan is very excellently made to counteract the hindrances to your diplomatic activities, but you should maintain equilibrium, for the result of your activities may be fruitful or may not be fruitful. After all, man proposes, God disposes. We may make very great plans, but unless they are sanctioned by the supreme authority, they will fail. Everyone in this material world knows that the supernatural power is the ultimate disposer of everything. One may make a very great plan with his fertile brain, but he must know that he will be subjected to the fruits, misery and happiness. But I have nothing to say against your proposal. As a friend, I shall carry out your order and bring Krishna and Balaram here as you desire." After instructing his friends in various ways, Kamsa retired, and Akrura went back to his home. Thus end the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 36th chapter of Krishna. Kamsa sends Akrura for Krishna. Chapter 37, Killing the Keshi demon and Vyomasura. After being instructed by Kamsa, the demon Keshi assumed the form of a terrible horse. He entered the area of Vrindavan with the speed of the mind, his great mane flying and his hooves digging up the earth. He began to whinny and terrify the whole forest. Krishna saw that the demon was terrifying all the residents of Vrindavan with his whinnying and his tail wheeling in the sky like a big cloud. Krishna could understand that the horse was challenging him to fight. The Lord accepted his challenge and stood before the Keshi demon, calling him to fight. The horse then ran toward Krishna, making a horrible sound like a roaring lion. His jaws spread wide open, as if to swallow the whole sky. Keshi rushed toward the Lord with great speed, and tried to trample him with his legs, which were strong, forceful and as hard as stone. Krishna, however, immediately caught hold of his legs, and thus baffled him. Krishna was somewhat angry, and thus he began to whirl the horse around. After a few rounds, he contemptuously threw him 100 yards away, just as Garuda throws a big snake. Thrown by Krishna, the horse immediately passed out, but after a little while, he regained consciousness, and with great anger and force, again rushed toward Krishna with his mouth open. As soon as Keshi reached him, Krishna pushed his left arm within the horse's mouth, and it looked as though a big snake had entered a hole in the field. The horse felt great pain because Krishna's arm felt to him like a hot iron rod. Immediately his teeth fell out. Krishna's arm within the mouth of the horse at once began to expand, and Keshi's throat choked up. As the great horse suffocated, perspiration appeared on his body, and he threw his legs hither and thither. As his last breath came, his eyeballs bulged in their sockets, and he passed stool and urine simultaneously. Thus the vital force of his life expired. When the horse was dead, his mouth became loose, and Krishna could extract his arm without difficulty. He did not feel any surprise that the Keshi demon was killed so easily. But the demigods in the sky were amazed, and out of their great appreciation, they offered Krishna greetings by showering flowers. After this incident, Narada Muni, the greatest of all devotees, came to see Krishna in a solitary place and began to talk with him. "My dear Lord Krishna," he said, "you are the unlimited Supersoul, the supreme controller of all mystic powers, the Lord of the whole universe, the all-pervading personality of Godhead. You are the resting place of the cosmic manifestation, the master of all the devotees and the Lord of everyone. My dear Lord, as the Supersoul of all living entities, you remain concealed within their hearts, exactly as fire remains concealed in every piece of fuel. You are the witness of all the activities of the living entities, and you are the supreme controller within their hearts. You are self-sufficient. Before the creation, you existed, and by your energy, you have created all the material elements. According to your perfect plan, this material world is created by the interaction of the modes of nature, and by you it is maintained and annihilated. Although you are unaffected by all these activities, you are the supreme controller eternally. My dear Lord, you have advented yourself on the surface of this earth just to kill all the so-called kings who are actually demons. These hobgoblins are cheating people in the dress of the princely order. You have advented yourself to fulfill your own statement that you come within this material world just to protect the principles of religion and annihilate unwanted miscreants. My dear Lord, I am therefore sure that the day after tomorrow I shall see demons like Chanura, Mushtika, and the other wrestlers and elephants, as well as Kamsa himself, killed by you. I shall see this with my own eyes. After this I shall be able to see the killing of other demons like Shanka, Yavana, Mura, and Narakasura. I shall also see how you take away the Parijata flower from the kingdom of heaven, and how you defeat the king of heaven himself. My dear Lord, Narada Muni continued, I shall then be able to see how you marry princesses, the daughters of chivalrous kings, by paying the price of Kshatriya strength. Whenever a Kshatriya wants to marry a very beautiful and qualified daughter of a great king, he must fight his competitors and emerge victorious. Then he is given the hand of the princess in charity. I shall also see how you saved King Nriga from a hellish condition, said Narada Muni. This you shall enact in Dwarka. I shall also be able to see how you get your wife and the Shamantaka jewel, and how you save the son of a Brahmana from death after he has already been transferred to another planet. After this, I will be able to see you kill the Pondraka demon and burn to ashes the kingdom of Kashi. I will see how you kill the king of Chedi and Dantavakra during the great sacrifice of Maharaj Yudhisthira. Besides all this, it will be possible for me to see many other chivalrous activities while you remain in Dwarka. And all these activities performed by your grace will be sung by great poets throughout the world. At the battle of Kurukshetra, you will take part as the chariot driver of your friend Arjuna, and as the invincible death incarnation, eternal time, you will vanquish all belligerents assembled there. I shall see a large number of military forces killed on that battlefield. My Lord, let me offer my respectful obeisances unto your lotus feet. You are situated completely in the transcendental position, in perfect knowledge and bliss. You are complete in fulfilling all your desires. By exhibiting your internal potency, you have set up the influence of Maya. Your unlimited potency cannot even be measured by anyone. My dear Lord, you are the supreme controller. You are under your own internal potency, and it is simply vain to think that you are dependent on any of your creations. You have taken birth in the Yadu dynasty or the Vishnu dynasty. Your advent on the surface of the earth in your original form of eternal blissful knowledge is your own pastime. You are not dependent on anything but yourself. Therefore, I offer my respectful obeisances unto your lotus feet. After hearing his respectful obeisances to Lord Krishna, Narada Muni took permission and left. Narada Muni wanted to impress upon people in general that Krishna is fully independent. His activities, such as his appearance in the family of Yadu or his friendship with Arjuna, do not necessarily oblige him to act to enjoy their results. They are all pastimes, and for him they are all play, but for us they are actual, tangible facts. After he had killed the Keshi demon, Krishna returned to tending the cows with his friends in the forest, as though nothing had happened. Thus Krishna is eternally engaged in his transcendental activities in Vrindavan with his friends, the cowherd boys and gopis. But sometimes he exhibits the extraordinary prowess of the Supreme Personality of Godhead by killing different types of demons. Later that morning, Krishna went to play with his cowherd boyfriends on the top of the Govardhan hill. They were imitating the play of thieves and police. Some of the boys became police constables, and some became thieves, and some took the role of lambs. While they were thus enjoying their childhood pastimes, a demon known by the name of Vyomasura, the demon who flies in the sky, appeared on the scene. He was the son of another great demon named Maya. These demons can perform wonderful magic. Vyomasura took the part of a cowherd boy, playing as a thief, and stole many boys who were playing the parts of lambs. One after another, he took away almost all the boys and put them in the caves of the mountain and sealed the mouths of the caves with stones. Krishna could understand the trick the demon was playing. Therefore, he caught hold of him exactly as a lion catches hold of a lamb. The demon tried to expand himself like a hill to escape arrest, but Krishna did not allow him to get out of his clutches. He was immediately thrown to the ground with great force and killed, just as an animal is killed in the slaughterhouse. After killing the Vyoma demon, Lord Krishna released all his friends from the caves of the mountain. He was then praised by his friends and by the demigods for these wonderful acts. He again returned to Vrindavan with his cows and friends. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 37th chapter of Krishna, killing the Keshi demon and Vyomasura. Chapter 38, Akrura's arrival in Vrindavan. Narada Muni did not mention Krishna's killing Vyomasura, which means that he was killed on the same day as the Keshi demon. The Keshi demon was killed in the early morning, and after that the boys went to tend the cows on Govardhan hill, and it was there that Vyomasura was killed. Both demons were killed in the morning. Akrura was requested by Kamsa to arrive in Vrindavan by evening. After receiving instruction from Kamsa, Akrura started the next morning via chariot for Vrindavan. Because Akrura himself was a great devotee of the Lord, while going to Vrindavan, he began to pray to the Lord. Devotees are always absorbed in thoughts of Krishna, and Akrura was constantly thinking of Lord Krishna's lotus eyes. He did not know what sort of pious activities he must have performed to gain an opportunity to go see Lord Krishna and Lord Balaram in Vrindavan on that day. A pure Vaishnava always thinks himself unfit to serve Krishna. So Akrura began to think within himself that he was unfit for gaining the transcendental opportunity of seeing the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He considered himself as unfit for seeing Krishna as a materialistic person is for understanding the science of God, or as a fourth-class person, a Shudra, is for studying the Vedas. But then Akrura began to think, by the grace of Krishna, everything is possible, and thus if he likes, I will be able to see him, just as a blade of grass floating on the waves of a river may by chance come near the shore and gain shelter. A conditioned soul carried away by the waves of material existence may sometimes be saved by the grace of Krishna. Akrura thus thought that if Krishna willed, he would be able to see him. Akrura considered himself most fortunate that he was going to see Krishna, whom great mystic yogis desire to see. He was confident that on that day all the sinful reactions of his past life would be finished and his fortunate human form of life would be successful. Akrura also considered that he was very much favored by Kamsa, who was sending him to bring back Krishna and Balaram, and thus enabling him to see the Lord. Akrura continued to consider that formerly great sages and saintly persons were liberated from the material world simply by seeing the shining nails of the lotus feet of Krishna. That Supreme Personality of Godhead has now come just like an ordinary human being, and it is my great fortune to be able to see him face to face. Akrura thought. He was thrilled with expectations of seeing the very lotus feet, which are worshipped by great demigods like Brahma, Narada, and Lord Shiva, which traverse the ground of Vrindavan, and which touch the breasts of the gopis, covered with tinges of kumkum. He thought, I am so fortunate that I will be able to see those very lotus feet on this day, and certainly I shall be able to see the beautiful face of Krishna, which is marked on the forehead and the nose with tilak, and I shall also see his smile and his curling black hair. I can be sure of this opportunity because I see that today the deer are passing on my right side. Today it will be possible for me to actually see the beauty of the spiritual kingdom of Vishnu Loka, because Krishna is the supreme Vishnu, and he has invented himself out of his own goodwill. He is the reservoir of all beauty. Therefore today my eyes will achieve perfection. Akrura knew beyond a doubt that Lord Krishna is the supreme Vishnu. Lord Vishnu glances over the material energy, and thus the cosmic manifestation comes into being. And although Lord Vishnu is the creator of this material world, he is free by his own energy from the influence of the material energy. By his internal potency, he can pierce the darkness of the material energy. Similarly, Krishna, the original Vishnu, by expanding his internal potency, created the inhabitants of Vrindavan. In the Brahma Samhita, it is confirmed that the paraphernalia and the abode of Krishna are expansions of his internal potency. The same internal potency Krishna exhibits in Goloka Vrindavan is exhibited in the earthly Vrindavan, where he enjoys himself with his parents and in the company of his friends, the cowherd boys and gopis. By the statement of Akrura, it is clear that since Krishna is transcendental to the modes of material nature, the inhabitants of Vrindavan, who are always engaged in loving service to the Lord, are also transcendental. Akrura also considered the necessity of the transcendental pastimes of the Lord. He thought that the transcendental activities, instructions, qualities, and pastimes of Krishna are all for the good fortune of people in general. The people can remain constantly in Krishna consciousness by discussing the Lord's transcendental form, qualities, pastimes, and paraphernalia. By doing so, the whole universe can actually live auspiciously and advance peacefully. But without Krishna consciousness, civilization is but a decorated dead body. A dead body may be decorated very nicely, but without consciousness, such decorations are useless. Human society without Krishna consciousness is useless and lifeless. Akrura thought that Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, has now appeared as one of the descendants of the Yadu dynasty. The principles of religion are his enacted laws. Those who are abiding by such laws are demigods, and those who are not abiding are demons. He has advanced himself to give protection to the demigods, who are very obedient to the laws of the Supreme Lord. The demigods and the devotees of the Lord take pleasure in abiding by the laws of Krishna, and Krishna takes pleasure in giving them all sorts of protection. As confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, these activities of Krishna, his protecting the devotees and killing the demons, are always good for men to hear and narrate. The glorious activities of the Lord will ever increasingly be chanted by the devotees and demigods. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is the spiritual master of all spiritual masters. He is the deliverer of all fallen souls and the proprietor of the three worlds. Anyone who is able to see him by eyes smeared with love of Godhead enjoys a festival of seeing. Today I shall be able to see the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who by his transcendental beauty has attracted the goddess of fortune to live with him perpetually. As soon as I arrive in Vrindavan, I will get down from this chariot and fall prostrate to offer my obeisances to the Supreme Lord, the Master of material nature and all living entities. The lotus feet of Krishna are also worshipped by great mystic yogis, so I shall also worship his lotus feet and become one of his friends in Vrindavan like the cowherd boys. When I bow down before Lord Krishna in that way, certainly he will place his fearless lotus hand on my head. His hand is offered to all conditioned souls who take shelter under his lotus feet. Krishna is the ultimate goal of life for all people who fear material existence. And certainly, when I see him, he will give me the shelter of his lotus feet. I am aspiring for the touch of his lotus-like hand on my head. When that hand touched the presentations of King Indra and King Bali, these two became qualified to be lords of the universe. And when that hand touched the gopis as they danced with Krishna in the Rasa Leela, it relieved all their fatigue. In this way, Akrura expected blessings from the hand of Krishna. He knew that Indra, who is the king of heaven and the master of the three worlds, the upper, middle and lower planetary systems, was blessed by the Lord simply for his offering a little water which Krishna accepted. Similarly, Bali Maharaj gave only 3 paces of land in charity to Vamanadev, and he also offered a little water, which Lord Vamanadev accepted, and thereby Bali Maharaj attained the position of Indra. When the gopis were dancing with Krishna in the rasa dance, they became fatigued, and Krishna wiped his hand, which is as fragrant as a lotus flower growing in Manasa Sarovara lake, over the pearl-like drops of perspiration on the faces of the gopis, and immediately the gopis became refreshed. Thus Akrura was expecting benediction from that supreme hand of Krishna. Krishna's hand is capable of bestowing benediction upon all kinds of men if they take to Krishna consciousness. If one wants material happiness like that of the King of Heaven, he can derive that benediction from the hand of Krishna. If one wants liberation from the pangs of material existence, he can also get that benediction from the hand of Krishna. And if one in pure transcendental love for Krishna wants personal association and the touch of his transcendental body, he can also gain that benediction from his hand. Akrura was afraid, however, because he had been deputed by Kamsa, the enemy of Krishna. He thought, I am going to see Krishna as a messenger of that enemy. At the same time, he thought, Krishna is in everyone's heart as the Supersoul, so he must know my heart. Although Akrura was trusted by the enemy of Krishna, his heart was clear. He was a pure devotee of Krishna. He risked becoming Kamsa's deputy just to meet Krishna. He was certain that although he was going as a representative of Kamsa, Krishna would not accept him as an enemy. Even though I am on a sinful mission, being deputed by Kamsa, when I approach the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I shall stand before him with all humility and folded hands. Surely he will be pleased with my devotional attitude, and maybe he will smile lovingly and look upon me and thereby free me from all kinds of sinful reactions. I shall then be on the platform of transcendental bliss and knowledge. Since Krishna knows my heart, certainly when I approach him, he will embrace me. Not only am I a member of the Yadu dynasty, but I am also his relative and an unalloyed pure devotee. By his merciful embrace, surely my body, heart and soul will be completely cleansed of the actions and reactions of my past life. When our bodies touch, I'll immediately stand up with folded hands, with all humility. Certainly Krishna and Balaram will call me, Akrura, uncle, and at that time my whole life will be glorious. Unless one is recognized by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, his life cannot be successful. It is clearly stated here that one should try to be recognized by the Supreme Personality of Godhead by one's service and devotion, without which the human form of life is condemned. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, the Supreme Lord, the Personality of Godhead, is equal to everyone. He has no friends and no enemies, but he is inclined to a devotee who renders him service with devotional love. The Bhagavad Gita also declares that the Supreme Lord is responsive in proportion to the devotional service rendered by the devotee. Akrura thought that Krishna was like the desire tree in the heavenly planets, which gives fruit according to the desire of the worshipper. The Supreme Personality of Godhead is also the source of everything. A devotee must know how to render service unto him, and thus be recognized by him. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is therefore explained that one should serve both the spiritual master and Krishna simultaneously, and in that way make progress in Krishna consciousness. Service rendered to Krishna under the direction of the spiritual master is bona fide service, because the spiritual master is the manifested representative of Krishna. Sri Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says that when one satisfies the spiritual master, he satisfies the Supreme Lord. It is exactly like service in a government office. One has to work under the supervision of the departmental head. If the supervisor of the department is satisfied with the service of a particular person, a promotion, an increase in pay will automatically come. Akrura then thought, when Krishna and Balaram are pleased with my behavior, certainly they will take my hand, receive me within their home, and offer me all kinds of respectable hospitalities, and they will surely ask me about the activities of Kamsa and his friends. Thus concludes the delightful, wonderful, super excellent reading of Sri Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, by His Divine Grace, Abhay Chalanaravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada, Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam Ki, Krishna Book Ki, Srila Prabhupada Ki, Jai Jai Shri Radhe Gopinath Shyamasundara Madan Mohan Ramana Radhaman Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Or if you want to sing, you can sing. Are you sure? Please go. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे जय Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Rama Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gopinatha Gauranitai Jagannath Baladeva Subhadramai Gopinatha Gauranitai Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya Shri Radhe Jaya Radhe Jaya 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 Prabhupada 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Nittai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nittai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Jai Namaste Narasiଂhaya Praladadaine Hiranyakashi Purvakshaha Shrilatankanakalaye Ito Narasingha Parato Narasingha Yato Yato Yami Tato Narasingha Bahe Narasingha Hridaye Narasingha Narasingha Madhim Saranam Prapade Tava Kara Kamala Vare Naka Adbhuta Shringam Tanu Vringa.
Moon or not, they did not stay. Well, they spent millions of dollars, and what was produced? Well, we have some rocks in the Smithsonian Institution. That's what we have as a result of their attempts. The highest achievement of perfect civilization is to work with valor, but at the same time depend completely on the Lord. And this sentence we can carry with us as a modus operandi for us. And it's certainly what Srila Prabhupada himself exemplified, that throughout his life he did his duties in the Grihastha ashram we were speaking yesterday, in the Vanaprastha ashram, in the Sannyasa ashram. Although in those later ashrams he had no apparent material facilities, sometimes he was without money and without help, and yet constantly acting with valor. Valor means he had this instruction from his spiritual master, and his whole orientation was, how can I fulfill this instruction given to me by my spiritual master? And because of that cent% dependency on the mercy of the Lord, we know, created a miracle. Prabhupada himself said at one point, looking back on it, he said, one old man coming with just a few books to the West, how can anything result from that? Now I see that it is a miracle. That Krishna had a hand in what happened. And similarly, Prabhupada is encouraging us, each one of us, to act with valor and depend completely on the mercy of the Lord, as the Pandavas did. Each one of us are also meant to do. It's not simply theoretical or very eloquent sounding words, but it's meant to be applied practically on a daily basis, on a basis of our lifetime. That when we make decisions, whether big or small, we have to weigh those choices. What is favorable for my Krishna consciousness? What is unfavorable? It's mentioned as far as surrender goes. There's 6 items in surrender. So the first 2, to accept everything favorable for Krishna consciousness, and then to reject everything unfavorable for Krishna consciousness. So in our lives daily, we have so many small decisions that we can weigh in that with those perspectives. And then periodically we have big decisions. You know, who will I marry? Where will I live? What service or what work will I do? So certainly, especially in these big moments, we have to see what is favorable and what is unfavorable for my Krishna consciousness. This is a part of surrender. So also to depend completely on the mercy of the Lord is another item of surrender. To feel that the Lord is my maintainer. To have no interest separate from the interest of the Lord. It's the 5th item mentioned as an item of surrender. And then also to feel completely dependent, completely protected, completely under the service of the Lord, so that one is always feels oneself meek and humble. So these are how the Acharyas have mentioned the process of surrender, some of the qualities of surrender. The Pandavas always looked for the mercy of the Lord because they knew that every living being is dependent by constitutional position. So Prabhupada mentions this point in the introduction to Bhagavad Gita, that although we want to be masters, we don't want to be servants. By constitutional position, we are servants, and that will never change. And so therefore, we find the parents serve the children, the student serve the teacher, the business owner serves the customer, we all serve the government. In this way, we must serve. And if we say, no, I'm not going to serve any one of those things, we serve our bodies. We must serve our bodies in terms of eating, keeping it clean, sleeping. And sometimes people decide not to serve family members. They have a dog. And then you can see them very loyally walking their dog and waiting while their dog does its business. So we're meant to serve. We cannot avoid service. And we must see with our intelligence, well, who should I serve by my constitutional position? Who is worthy of my service? And when we analyze it in that way, we will discover that Krishna and his devotees, they are worthy of my service. And what I'm meant to do is to try to please Krishna and his devotees by becoming Krishna conscious and trying to give that consciousness to others. These things are pleasing to the Lord. Those who try to become falsely independent of the Lord are called anatha. So natha means Lord, and anatha means without a Lord, without the Lord. So they are without any guardian, whereas those who are completely dependent on the will of the Lord are called sanatha, or those having someone to protect them. So there's a beautiful prayer by Prahlad Maharaj in the 7th canto, in which he describes very practically that sometimes the parents try to protect the child with all their heart and soul, and still something happens to the child passes away. Sometimes the doctor uses all his expertise and all the medicine that he can acquire to help the patient, and the patient still does not recover. Similarly, sometimes you can have a very apparently sound boat, and you go in the boat and something happens and the passengers drown. So, although we can try these material ways for protection, ultimately protection is in the hands of the Lord. And it's a question of our remembering that and removing the ignorance that thinks that ultimately these material things will protect me, because that is fallacious. That is not going to happen, ever. And conversely, sometimes it appears that there's no hope for the patient and the patient will recover. Sometimes the boat may appear very full of faults, and somehow it'll get to its destination. So there's another factor at work, and that factor is the Supreme Personality of Godhead and His will. Prabhupada writes, therefore we must try to be sanatha so that we can always be protected from the unfavorable condition of material existence. By the deluding power of the external nature, we forget that the material condition of life is the most undesirable perplexity. So this is why we need sadhana bhakti. Sadhana bhakti means that daily we engage in hearing about Krishna, hearing the philosophy, chanting his holy names, associating with the devotees, because this power is so forceful, and the intention behind it is to keep us in this material world. And we want to defy that, individually and collectively. And therefore to take heart in these simple activities that Prabhupada has given us, and find our pleasure there, and our freshness there, and our challenges there, are what Prabhupada wants us to do, rather than looking to the external world for pleasure and freshness and challenges. Because that not only is an undesirable perplexity, but that being deluded in that way will lead to repeated birth and death. We will miss out on the opportunity of this human form of life, which is so important. Bhagavad Gita therefore directs us, 7:19, that after many, many births, one fortunate person becomes aware of the fact that Vasudeva is the all in all, and that the best way of leading one's life is to surrender unto him completely. So out of thousands and thousands of persons, one will attempt for perfection. Out of those who have achieved perfection, only one will actually know Krishna in truth. And so how rare it is that someone will come, extricate himself or herself from the material world and try for something higher. Devotees are so valuable and so rare, and we should relish each and every devotee and try to encourage each and every devotee. This is a part of our duty. The lessons of the Bhagavad Gita and all of the Puranas, specifically the Bhagavad Purana, are therefore inevitably connected with the history of the Pandava Mahatmas. For the Pandava Mahatmas, separation from the Lord was just like the separation of a fish from water. Hare Krishna. So if you've ever seen a fish separated from water, it simply flaps helplessly, struggling to get back in the water because it's death. So similarly for the devotee attached to the Lord, they cannot bear for a moment separation from the Lord. We saw that with the gopis when Krishna left for Mathura, how they were overcome with feelings, intense feelings of separation from him. And so therefore, Prabhupada tells us that the Lord is present in the Bhagavatam, He's present in His holy names, He's present in His prasadam. So we can experience His presence. We need to take advantage of these different ways to feel His presence, and that is up to us. That is our prerogative. So if we use our intelligence and see the opportunity before us, we will be very enthusiastic to hear the Bhagavatam, to associate with the devotees, to chant the holy names of the Lord. And in that way, we will act with valor and at the same time depend completely on the mercy of the Lord. Srimati Kunti Devi felt such separation from the Lord like a thunderbolt, and the whole prayer of the queen is to try to persuade the Lord to stay with them. And Prabhupada explains that even though so many warriors, heroic warriors, had been killed on the battlefield, it wasn't that their trauma was over, because those heroic warriors had sons and grandsons who would still feel very much at enmity with the Pandavas after all this bloodshed. And so enemies were still present. And it is not only the Pandavas who are put in the condition of enmity, but all of us are always in such a condition. We will always, this material world means people are full of lust, anger, greed, envy, delusion, madness, as we ourselves have those qualities, trying to overcome them. So it means there will always be this competition between people, even within the society of devotees. There will be enviousness between people, even within the society of devotees. So, as the Pandavas turn to Krishna, as Queen Kunti turns to Krishna in helplessness, despite all her abilities, all the ability of her sons, still before the Lord we feel helpless and depend completely on Him, and in that way overcome the difficulties of living in this material world. So those are a few thoughts. I hope there's some reflections and comments. I know very often the classes don't leave time for reflections and comments, but to me they're very important. So I hope there's some this morning. Please.
In the beginning you're talking about one of the technological advancement essentially is the car. I remember hearing a lecture, some early lectures for about seeing how because of the car and everything is going to be quite fast, but in a family the child never gets to see his father, because by the time the child gets up the father is gone, the child gets to see the father is back home. And both are actually makes the great mistake that the child actually asks his other people to come. So Prabhupada mentions that just trying to get from one place to another. So hearing that actually I know that.
Very nice.
And then I just went on that trail for a second, and then you mentioned the point regarding how Krishna actually does everything, and that he actually empowers us to do it. And I remember I was reading the Buddha's book. They were driving in Prabhupada, so a father told his child put a letter into the mailbox. I was thinking that actually the child did something, but he didn't do it independently.
Very beautiful, thank you. Yeah, it's a wonderful story. Thank you. Very nice.
Well, you mentioned that invention of the car causes a lot of pollution and other problems, making extrapolations of the airplane as well. However, I can't help but think that if it wasn't for an airplane, we wouldn't have this car all over the world. So I heard it said that when Prabhupada disciple that this was all with the invention, so that Krishna consciousness would spread, it's all part of the time. And then it would all crumble, it would all go back to the village life. So I guess it's like if it's used in Krishna service, then it's not bad that it's polluting. I'm not sure, because despite all the the pollution from airplanes and automobiles, if we use them in Krishna service, they become spiritual
Yes, it's true that the saving grace of all these inventions is that sometimes they can be used in Krishna's service. But if if we use our imagination, that Krishna consciousness spreads all over the world and people become Krishna conscious, then they can go back to the simple agrarian life and leave aside the airplanes and the cars and all the machinery they've created and just live in a simple way and use their leg power or their oxen to get from place A to place B. That's Prabhupada also wanted these farm communities where people would live simply and not depend so much on these machines that are so polluting and difficult to create. So yeah, while the machines are here, it's not that because Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu walked for 2 years to South India that we should all walk to try to... No, the machines are there, so we use the cars and the airplanes. But we're encouraging people to live more simply, to do away with these things, to realize that from the fruits of the earth we can maintain our bodies in a healthy way, very often more healthy than living in the cities, and progress spiritually, which is the goal of life. The goal of life is not to make a bigger, faster airplane or car, but to progress spiritually.
You were saying what tactile vitality, one thing was early dependence on others' mercy, and you were saying that you all become spiritually dependent. And I'm just wondering that, does that mean one is also spiritually dependent on the devotion and also Krishna? I'm just wondering if there's such a thing as being almost over-dependent on the devotees, like relying too much on what's the kind of like that we should be relying on, like we're depending on those, but also being able to be depending on Krishna. Have you got too much?
I think that would depend on the devotees we're dependent on. That if we're dependent on qualified devotees, that they will direct our dependence to Krishna rather than to themselves. Whereas devotees who are less mature may want your dependence to be focused on them and not direct that dependence to Krishna and to Prabhupada. So it's really a question of the individuals involved. But just as if we're dependent on Prabhupada, we offer our prayers to him and our homage to him, he directs that to Krishna. It's not that it stops there. Whereas someone else may have some impurity perhaps, and then the dependence will not be directed as much to the Lord. So in that way we need to be careful who we become dependent upon.
And is it also something that you have to check within yourself, that you don't become too devoted himself or feel spiritual?
Very much so, yeah. That we're never expected to surrender our intelligence. So if we're given guidance in some way and we're wondering, is that actually right? We should be familiar with Prabhupada's teachings, his books and his lectures and his conversations to see, well, maybe that isn't quite right. Maybe that instruction, the time, the place, the circumstance, I should not follow that just now. So that's very important. Thank you.
Just building on what you said there about the evolution of aircrafts and all these vehicles and how they're meant to facilitate Krishna consciousness. Remember, this is more a comment than a question. Remember, not even a blade of grass moves without Krishna's will. Satchitananda Vigraha. So scientific advancement can only reach a certain point. I mean, Srila Prabhupada delineates in some of his books that they're trying to penetrate the realms of space, but they're still in the material sky. They're not going to reach the Brahmajyoti or anything like that. So, I mean, the earth itself is in one of the most lowest lokas, in the Pitta lok. It's a place full of, ignorance and passion and all these modes that are trying to fight our will to bring out our Krishna consciousness. And we've got the Paramatma, we've got the Super Soul as well, which is also trying to find, it's like two birds in a tree, really. So it's more of a comment that I do believe that there are things going on in the world to assist humankind in bringing up their spiritual consciousness, of course. It's all in Krishna's will. And maybe one day, these scientists, they may say they might hear something. I mean, they're saying they're hearing certain sounds in the universe, and we all know it's on. That sound is omnipresent, it's everywhere. So I am a strong believer that there are certain things going on at Krishna's will, but more so to bring up humanity. There is a school of thought, the Gaia theorists, who believe in the new sphere. The new sphere is an evolution of humankind where it leads to a profound cataclysmic rise in spirituality. And it's like more of a revolution. Now, there's lots of these things around, but Srila Prabhupada was quite adamant that in this Kali Yuga, that we should always make sure that we chant Maha Mantra Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. In previous yugas, they used to do sacrifices. The Yavanas, they used to have the ability to chant thousands of years and have the demigods appear before them and ask anything. But in this Kali Yuga, you can't really do that. We're battling work and family commitments, and we have to all make a living as well. So, I mean, it's more of a comment than a question, but definitely I do believe ultimately that there are things going on to assist in the facilitation and uptake of Krishna consciousness. We are able to see broadcasts from Mayapur, from Vrindavan, thanks to the internet. We are able to also get, like just earlier I didn't have what we read today available on the board. I just looked it up very quickly and I was able to find it. So all these things help, and it's all in Krishna's will. All Krishna needs to do, and he does it as no accord. He's omnipresent. If he casts his glance on material nature, things get perturbed, and things start forming towards that elevation of Krishna consciousness. If you remember Black Lotus Bhakti Tirtha Swami's book, he had a rather spiritual enlightenment at a young age. He attributed it to an alien out-of-body experience, but look at Bhakti Tirtha Swami, what he did, what he achieved in Africa and so forth. So, everything is occurring at the will of Krishna, definitely, no doubt about that. And it's whether you can see that and catalyze yourself to just take those little steps. In Kali Yuga, ultimately you take one step towards God, and God will take 10 steps towards you. This is very important. So I do believe that there are certain technologies and things that are advancing in our interest of Krishna consciousness, and it's really how we use it to make sure that the word is spread further. And for example, we could teach the Bhagavad Gita and the Bhagavatam through SMS and instant messaging. Keep people engaged, because in an age of distraction and notification, how do you keep engaged? So, these are all things that are happening externally, and it's how you perceive them and how you take it on board, I believe. Yeah.
I hope you're right. I hope the spiritual life takes flight in this age.
Taking action for the future with the intention of
Yeah, that's a good point. There's a beautiful analogy that when we do recordings, sound recordings, we'll have different tracks. One track may be for the vocals, one track may be for the piano, one track may be for the drums. You can have so many different tracks. So the devotee has this track, I am completely dependent on Krishna, that is there all the time. But then at some point, now I have to plan for the future. So that track of complete dependence is going on consistently, as, say the drums are going on consistently. But at the same time, say the vocal comes in, that, okay, now I need to plan to apply to school, or now I need to apply for a job. So that's going on, the practical application. But then you understand, I get the job or I don't get the job, that depends on Krishna. That's his mercy, or, So both things are going on together. It's not that it's one or the other for the devotee. As the Pandavas, they were fighting valiantly in the battlefield, and they were using all their expertise to win the war, but they knew at every step there's another track, and that is complete dependence on the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
The results. You can endeavor, but the results are dependent on Krishna.
And the endeavor is also dependent on Krishna. I mean, we don't have the ability to do anything unless Krishna's mercy is there.
Example of what project I was thinking in regard to like the materialist who is falsely thinking himself independent and the devotee who is dependent Krishna. One time talk about using the money book, and he sees like some stray dogs, they're very dirty and they're running here and there, and there's like a big rich man with a nice coat and he's all dressed up and he's very clean and happy. And Prabhupada comes out and see like externally this stray dog, they may seem to be free, but actually they're suffering. They have no one to take care of them, there's no one to watch them, give them food, and always looking for them food. So it's just mind that makes you look, okay, he's free, and actually he's suffering, there's no one to take care of him. Whereas the dog of the rich man, he's getting food daily, he's getting nice shelter, and everything's being taken care of, because he's completely dependent on us.
Very beautiful. Makes it very clear. Thank you. Thank you so much for your attention. Hare Krishna, all glories to Srila Prabhupada, and thank you very much for hosting me for the past week. I'm leaving Friday morning, so all glories to all the Vaishnavas in Sydney ISKCON. Hare Krishna.
जय राधा माधव जय कुंज विहारी जय राधा माधव जय कुंज विहारी जय राधा माधव जय कुंज विहारी जय गोपी जन वल्लभ जय गिरिवरधारी जय गोपी जन वल्लभ जय गिरिवरधारी जय गोपी जन वल्लभ जय गिरिवरधारी जय राधा माधव जय कुंज विहारी जय राधा माधव जय कुंज विहारी जय गोपी जन वल्लभ जय गिरिवरधारी जय गोपी जन वल्लभ जय गिरिवरधारी Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Yashodanandana Vraja Janaranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Jai Radha Madhava Jai Kunja Vihari Jai Radha Madhava Jai Kunja Vihari Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Ram Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Gurudeva Gurudeva Jaya Gurudeva. हरिनाम संकीर्तन यज्ञ महोत्सव की जय। भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद महाराज की जय। निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल। Hare Krishna, we shall be reciting from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 1, Text 13 for recitation today, which is entitled Questions by the Sages. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Narayanam Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tato Jayamudiraye Nashtaprayeshu Bhadreshu Nityam Bhagavad Sevaya Bhagavati Uttama Shloke Bhaktir Bhavati Nashtaki. So 1.1.13, please recite after me. Tannaha Shushrumananam Tannaha Shushrumananam Tannaha Shushrumananam Arhasya Anganuvarnitum Arhasya Anganuvarnitum Arhasya Anganuvarnitum Yashavataru Bhutanam Yashavataru Bhutanam Yashavataru Bhutanam Kshemaya cha bhavaya cha क्षेमाय च भवाय च क्षेमाय च भवाय च तन्नः शुश्रूमाणानाम् अर्हस्य अङ्गानुवर्णितुम् यशब्दारुभूतानाम् क्षेमाय च भवाय च तन्नः शुश्रूमाणानाम् अर्हस्याङ्गानुवर्णितुम् 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 यशब्दारुभूतानाम् क्षेमाय च भवाय च तन्नः शुश्रूषमाणानाम् अर्हस्याङ्गानुवर्णितुम् यशब्दारुभूतानाम् क्षेमाय च भवाय च. What meaning? Tata, those, naha, unto us, Shushrushumananam, those who are endeavor, Hare Krishna, those who are endeavoring for, arhasi, how to do it, anga, O Sutta Goswami, anuvarnitum, to explain by following the footsteps of previous acharyas. Yasya, whose avataraha, incarnation, bhutanam, of the living beings, kshemaya, for good, cha, and bhavaya, upliftment, cha, and. Translation and purport by His Divine Grace, Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada Maharaj ki jai. O Sutta Goswami, we are eager to learn about the personality of Godhead and His incarnations. Please explain to us those teachings imparted by previous masters, acharyas, for one is uplifted both by speaking them and by hearing them. Please repeat the translation responsibly after me. O Sutta Goswami, we are eager to learn about the personality of Godhead and His incarnations. Please explain to us those teachings imparted by previous masters, acharyas, for one is uplifted both by speaking them and by hearing them. Purport by His Divine Grace, Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada. The conditions of hearing the transcendental message of the absolute truth are set forth herein. The first condition is that the audience must be very sincere and eager to hear, and the speaker must be in the line of disciplic succession from the recognized acharya. The transcendental message of the absolute is not understandable by those who are materially absorbed under the direction of the bona fide spiritual master. One becomes gradually purified. Therefore, One must be in the chain of disciplic succession and learn the spiritual art of submissive hearing. In the case of Sutta Goswami and the sages of Naimisharanya, all these conditions are fulfilled because Srila Sutta Goswami is in the line of Srila Vyasadeva, and the sages of Naimisharanya are all sincere souls who are anxious to learn the truth. Thus, the transcendental topic of Lord Sri Krishna's superhuman activities, his incarnations, his birth, appearance or disappearance, his forms, his names, and so on are all easily understandable because all requirements are fulfilled. Such discourses help all men on the path of spiritual realization. And that ends the translation purport of Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 1, Chapter 1, Text 13 by His Divine Grace, Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Maharaj ki jai. ओम ज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुर्मृतं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरुवे नमः। श्रीचैतन्यमनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले स्वयं रूपकदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकं वन्देऽहं श्रीगुरुं श्रीतापदकमलं श्रीगुरून् वैष्णवां च श्रीरूपं साग्रजातं सहगणा रघुनाथान्वितं सजीवं साद्वैतं सावधूतं परिजनसहितं कृष्णचैतन्यदेवं श्रीराधा कृष्णपादान् सहगणा ललिता श्रीविशाखान्वितां च। हे कृष्ण करुणा सिन्धो दीनबन्धो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमस्तुते। तप्त कंचन गौरंगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिये। वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्येव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्त वृंद। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। हरे कृष्णा कृष्ण कृष्ण हरे हरे, हरे राम 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 हरे हरे। So, questions by the sages, and as we've been hearing for the last many classes, the 6 questions were asked by the sages in Naimisharanya, and today is the 4th question. They are saying, "Oh Sutta Goswami." The Sutta Goswami, in fact, his name is not Sutta, his name is Ugra Sharva, the son of Romharshana. But Sutta denotes he who is expert in Tvaya Khalu Puranani, Setihasani Chanagha. Those who are expert in Puranas and Ityasa, they are known as Sutta. Other kind of people, they are known as Magadha, those who are very expert in glorifying the Bans Parampara. Okay, let us say of Lord Sri Rama's Bans Parampara from Brahma to Dasharatha Maharaj, 39 the great exalted personalities. So they are in a position to glorify each and every one of them. So they are known as one Sutta, who is expert in the Puranas and Ityasas, and Magadha, those who are Bans Parampara. And there are Bandis, there are some expert in speaking, they compose the poem or poetry there and then to glorify one personality. So they are known as Bandi. So Sutta Goswami, the Ugra Sarva Sutta, is being referred over here because Tvaya Khalu Puranani Setihasani Chanagha, you know about the essence of the Puranas and Ityasas. And he has learned it from his father, Romharshana, and second one, he was in the audience of Parikshit Maharaj and Sukadeva Goswami. And in Srimad Bhagavatam, Sukadeva Goswami turns his ear toward him. He said, in future, this boy will recite Srimad Bhagavatam. And then, from the time, I don't know what could be his age that time, but then it took him 200 years to speak this Srimad Bhagavatam. So his age was somewhere, maybe that time, 200 plus. And not only this, that then between the Saunaka and the Sutta, there are many references in different Puranas. So this means they were sitting there for a long time. Asinam, Dirgha Satrena, Kathayam Sachakshana Harehe. We are sitting over here together. The Saunaka, Saunaka says, And then there is a lot of conversation between the Suta and Saunaka. There are very few here in the Srimad Bhagavatam, but in the Purana you will find out many conversation, and they are all for well-being, or we call in Sanskrit, lokahitakarino, for the benefit of lokamangalam. Just see this yog, yes avatara bhutanam kshemaya cha bhavaya cha, these two words of kshemaya cha bhavaya cha, Prabhupada has taken his heart and soul and he has put it everything in writing for the people in general to understand. Srimad Bhagavatam is in Sanskrit, but there is one sloka comes, there is a Prabhupada's purport is there, 9.35, the purport is there. He says, Bipuli Kuru. You expand it according to the audience, according to the time, place and circumstances, you expand this Srimad Bhagavatam. And Prabhupada did it in English. And so many people who are also trying to speak the language of Srimad Bhagavatam through the agency of Srila Prabhupada, as Prabhupada has already mentioned, that actually everybody has to be in disciplic succession. If not, then the message will not be conveyed properly. The sages at Naimisharanya, of course, all you know it, is worth to repeat. There are only 88,000 in number. 88,000 sages had assembled at Naimisharanya, and they had put Sutta Goswami to in charge of speaking. Or in Srimad Bhagavatam says, it never says Saunaka Vuchu, it says Rishi Vuchu. So every Rishi, Saunaka became one of, let's say, their leader, and he is asking questions on behalf of the sages. Now, so many sages have different questions, but Saunaka would understand what question they have got. So it is known as, not in a democracy, it's called a Sarvamati, not Ekmati. Sarvamati, whatever everybody wants to know, he picked up those questions and put forward to Sutta Goswami. Now, you can understand that we are only 10 people, we cannot hear it, there is no mic. Generally, no mic. We have to have some external resources to amplify our voice. They are in 88,000 number, how would they have heard it? Very difficult, right? But it's very easy to understand. Like suppose you are in the midst of maybe 10,000 people and somebody gives you a missed call or a call, you immediately pick up. So wherever you have a connection, you can hear it. So that they say either the Sutta Goswami was speaking in the voice of a cloud, when thunder of the cloud, everybody will hear it. Or somebody say no, they have one-to-one connection. Within the heart, they were listening, though 88,000 number is near Lucknow, and they say it is roughly 3 kilometers. So the people who are sitting there near 3 kilometers, how would they hear it? So they hear it because they have a connection within the heart. They could hear Sutta Goswami very properly. And what they are saying, yes, avataro. They have already, Saunaka has already requested that tell me the essence. And now he is further clarifying what the essence we are talking about. Yes, avataro. We don't want so many, there are many essences. If you take the Srimad Bhagavatam or any essences, there are very many essences. It says, Kim Shrutair Bahavir Sastraihi Purana cha Bharmavehi Idam Ekam Srimad Bhagavatam Muktidane Nagarjati. Kim Shrutair. What is the use of listening so many shastras? The reason is Prana cha Bharmavehi. They will put in the Bharma. What kind of Bharma they will put in? Because whenever there is some, let us say, sense gratification, in the heart purpose, you say, it is good. You take Supurana, you take a Linga Purana, you take a Vivishya Purana, you take this Purana. There are some catches there, so they catch. So they are saying, Kim Surutair. What is the use of listening those? Purana cha Brahma. They will put in the Brahma. Idam ekam Srimad Bhagavatam. There is only one scripture, which Srimad Bhagavatam, Muktidane Nagarjati. He is saying, okay, I'll give you liberation. And now, in other Puranas, say liberation means you have to die. But Srimad Bhagavatam says you don't have to die. Within this body, same body and mind and your everything, you can get liberated. And how one can liberate it? If we are constantly in touch of the Srimad Bhagavatam or the Vaishnava. So the Sutta Goswami lived more than 200 years or maybe 500 years. So what was how he could live it? Srimad Bhagavatam says, Ayuru harati ve pumsam udhyan astachayanaso Yasarate kshano nita uttama sloka vartaya. The ayu, the age is fixed. Duration from birth to death is fixed for almost everybody. But then, you say, ayuru hardi vai pumsam. When the sun rises and sun sets, he takes away the day from every living entity. Yasarate kshana uttama sloka vartaya. But not of those who are involved in discussing Harikatha. So their age, suppose one has to live 60 years, and by virtue of Harikatha, he had taken another year, so he'll be living 61 years or 65 years. Therefore, it says, that's what Krishna says, Tasmat sarvesu kaleshu mam anusmarudacha. So every now and then, you think of me so that you become longevity and you get more time to practice the Krishna consciousness. Generally, as we heard it, prayena ayo shabhya, kala vismenyuge jana, shumanda, manda samandamateyo mandabhage upadritaha. There is upadrita. Now what happens if upadrita is from outside? We can close the door, we can do something, but upadrita is from within. The anxieties, the problems that we have. We are restless until and unless we come at the feet of Lord Sri Krishna. So he says we are eager. You must have seen the children. They are very eager. Daddy, mommy, what is this? 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 And they keep asking and keep asking and keep asking and keep asking. And the more they ask and the more knowledge they get. Okay, even material knowledge, but they get it. Material knowledge. But when it comes to the Srimad Bhagavatam, things like that, generally people sometimes maybe not hesitant, but they say, what to ask? And where Krishna says, Machita, Madgata Prana, Bodhayanta Paraswaram, Kathayanta Samam, Nityam, Tushanti cha Ramanti cha. So if you have to get this involved in the Tushanti and Ramanti, then we have to keep asking the question. Sometime from within, sometime from outside. Keep asking, then only we'll be at peace. Otherwise, nobody will know the peace. Outside, very, very difficult. Within, what can we do? So he says, the sages are saying, we are eager. Further, the sloka is come. Sonaka will say, Vayam tu na vitrapyama. Uttama sloka vikrame. Yaksha sharanavatam rasam jnanam swadu swadu pade pade. My dear Sutta, we are not satisfied. Satisfied, that is enough. Vayam tu na vitrapyama uttama sloka vikrame, because you are talking about the Supreme Personality Godhead. Yaksha sharanavatam rasam jnanam. Every step that you are talking, we are enjoying, we are relishing, we are relishing, we are relishing. Materially, what happens? You cannot relish things for a long time. Give an example of Rasgulla. We give one Rasgulla, you may enjoy it. 2 Rasgulla, you may enjoy it. 3, 4, 5. Then you say, Prabhu, I don't want. And the same Rasgulla, which was giving that immense pleasure in the beginning, in the end you say, oh my God, I have to omit. Because all this material rasa is not going to help. But look at Srimad Bhagavatam, or that the Prabhupada has established ISKCON. He says, Yadagatvana navartante tadhama parama. So much of rasa is there, people will not leave. Let us say they leave the place, but they will change to some other place where Krishna Katha is going on. So, Vayam tuna vitrapyama uttama sloka vikrami. Yaksha Sharanavatam Rasam Jnanam Swadu Swadu Pade Pade. And they are requesting Sutta Goswami again, please only explain the teachings which has been given by the previous Acharya. Because we tend to change. There was a nice anecdote, or maybe a study we were talking about. What happens is, I'll tell you one story. Would you like to hear a story? Sometimes it's easy to get it. In one kingdom, there was a jail, and there were a lot of inmates. So the king said, okay, let me just go and find out how things are going on. Is everything okay or not? So the word was spread, oh, be careful, be submissive. If a king asks you any question, reply properly. Don't, misbehave with him. So they all prepared, the king will come, king will come, king will come. Now the king came, and he came to the first inmate. Oh, are you happy? Sir, I am a poet by nature. And I want to write down my thoughts, but I don't have a pen and pencil. If you please, could you provide me pen and pencil? King said, okay, give him, at his demand, give him pen and pencil. Okay. He went to the next cell. He said, yes, how are you? He said, look at me. I'm a 6 foot tall, 7 foot tall. They are only giving me 4 chapatis. They are not enough for me. Could you please make 6 chapatis at least? King said, no 6 chapatis. You give him sumptuous food, sumptuous prasadam. Okay, his desire fulfilled. Then he goes to the next one. Okay, what happened? He says, sir, look at me. I'm a bodybuilder. And in this cell, no equipments. Please, if you please, can you help? He said, okay, give him all this, whatever gadgets are required. And this way he asked many people. And everybody asked for the facility within the jail. Then he went to the last person, or maybe He says, okay, what do you want? Sir, will you fulfill my desire? He said, yes, I'm a king. I'm a king here. I can fulfill every desire. He said, then please, can you release me from the jail? And king says, so be it. You're released. In our case, what happens? We are asking these kind of things. Give me this, give me that, give me this, give me that. None of us, particularly I'll talk about me, none of that we are not thinking that Krishna, can he release me from here? No, we like the more beautiful place over here, maybe big house and the big car and the big friends and everything big, and we think then we'll enjoy. But this is dukkhalayam, nobody can enjoy. So that's why the sages are saying, my dear sir, give us those teachings which are given by the previous masters, acharyas. Why? For they will uplift both by speaking and by hearing them. So Srimad Bhagavatam is actually, we will last class I was saying, this is a Tirtha Jangam. If you have to, in your lifetime, you may be in a position to go to so many tirthas, but not all the tirthas. But when you read Srimad Bhagavatam, you don't only go the tirtha, have the association of tirthas within this material world, but even the beyond. So that's why Srimad Bhagavatam is known as spotless Purana. By hearing them, by speaking them, both get the benefit. And the benefit of the remembrance of Krishna, not sometime, but throughout. And that's the reason that Srimad Bhagavatam, they are saying, for the well-being of the people, because people are suffering. Ethati atur chittanam, matra asparse chaya muhu, Bhava Sindhu Palvo Drishto Haricharyanu Varnanam. Now, are we able to do that? Well, by the agency of Srila Prabhupada, at least maybe 1 hour in the morning, or by the mercy of so many Vaishnavas, maybe in the evening, in the afternoon, somehow or other, some time is engaged in either remembering about Krishna and talking about Krishna and hearing his name, and this way we are making our life sublime. So, Srimad Bhagavatam, sometime, to understand Srimad Bhagavatam, it requires a meditation. Srila Prabhupada purport, each and every purport you'll find out there are a lot of hidden meanings, So, the sages of the Naimisharanya, he want to know all the incarnation. Krishna is Purna Purushaha, Purna Avatara, and from him comes other Avatara. Now, all these Vishnu Avataras you talk about, they have just one job to perform. Each Vishnu has only one job to perform. You talk of Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, Bhamana, Bhargava, Ram. Everybody has one job to perform. But when it comes to Krishna, he performs a multifarious work. When he came, now, is it possible that they would really relish it? Yes, they would. How? If suppose you have a small child, and he's doing the same playful activities, same every day, same, but every time the parents are enjoying. Because out of love, they enjoy. Same activity, maybe jumping, maybe running, maybe here, they enjoy. Similarly, the sages of Naimisharanya, they were, or all the devotees of Krishna, they are so much in love with Krishna that every time if he does the same thing, they enjoy, they like it. I don't know whether you are following some cricket or not. If you have you're following some cricketer, every time he hits the ball, same ball hits right, but every time you clap. Isn't it? Maybe 4, maybe 2, maybe 3. Every time why you clap? Because you relish it, you enjoy it. So if you can have to the mundane people, the mortal people, then what to talk of the supreme personality of Godhead? That personality of Godhead who is supplying the food to everybody. Nityo Nityanam, Chaitanya Chaitananam. And then he is saying, Mother Yashoda, I'm feeling hungry, please give me this. Or to the gopis, that give me little buttermilk, give me little milk. That personality who is providing for everybody, but out of sheer love, he is asking them. So that personality they want to relish. Once, there was a gopi in Vrindavan. And she drew a picture in the wall. And it was so enchanting picture of Krishna. She invited all her friends, please come. I have made a painting of Krishna. And they all came running. And they saw Krishna, and everybody, they all struck. What happened? This picture is incomplete. She says, what incomplete? Hey, the Krishna, you have not put the legs. Upper body. The gopi laughed. He said, you may be fool, I am not a fool. If I put a leg on him, he will run away. So no legs. Without legs, you see him like that. So many bhavas, people have so many bhavas about Krishna, and so the devotees. Prabhupada himself, he will relish, he will come and relish. I've seen even so many Vaishnavas, they will come to the deity and they will gaze at the deities. For a long time they'll gaze. They'll see every part of the deities. Pukharavinda, Charanavinda, this Vinda, everything. And when we come to the temple, bow down and get up. We don't, you may be doing it. But generally, we don't even look at it. Go down, finish. Nobody may knowing what kind of color he is wearing, so many things. But these Vaishnavas, they come, they are so much in love, they simply gaze and gaze and gaze and gaze. There is a sarcastic remark about the gopis of Vrindavan, that none of the gopis have seen Krishna in full. You say, how? How it is possible? Because if some gopi happen to see his hair, curly hair, her eyes will not come down. Or somebody has seen his Padaravinda, the eye will not come down. Somebody has seen only his Gamsha, will come down. So they are saying sarcastically, oh, even the gopis have not seen Krishna in full. He is so enchanting. So the sages at Naimisharanya, they just want to hear inquisitiveness. That I want to know, I want to know, I want to know. And when it comes to us, yeah, I know who Krishna is. You go to India and anybody asking, I know about Krishna. Tattva hai, or I know Krishna, what he has done. That's it. Nobody knows. And Krishna says, Bahavo jnana tapasa puta mad bhavam agataha. By the mercy of Krishna, we get Guru. And by the mercy of Guru, we can understand the intricacies of Krishna. Sometimes you may be thinking that Krishna is there, but he is not reciprocating. Isn't it? Sometimes the thoughts might come, well, it's okay, but it's not coming. But then, if we go through the Vaishnavas or Shiksha Gurus or Diksha Gurus, then we are able to see Krishna as he is. Otherwise, with our mundane feelings, we say, so what? Now, this is out of sheer order love. Even the gopis and even the sages, all these people, they have in their rasa to serve him. Somebody asked me a very nice question, that can I pray that I should become the son of Radharani? Can I pray? I told Prabhu, why you want to take service from them? We are here to serve them. It means when you become the son of Radharani, then she has to take care of you. You want to take the service from them? Hear the stories of the Goswami Vrindavan, how they were chastising one another. If even within the mind they are thinking that Radharani is serving them or somebody is serving them. And we are going to that I become their son? No. We are here to serve them. To serve for their pleasure. At the moment, a person like me, we only serve for our pleasure. We don't serve for the pleasure of Krishna. But once we understand what is the pleasure of Krishna, whatever Guru has said. And through Guru, we can reach Krishna. Bahavo jnana tapasa puta madbhavam agataha. Krishna says in Bhagavad Gita, so many people have come to me. Now, other day Prabhu was saying very nice that this Srimad Bhagavatam does not have any prelude, nothing. Scene was not set. You know why? Because in Bhagavad Gita, the last sloka says, Krishna, sarva dharman parityajya mamekam saranam varja. Aham tvam sarva papebhyo moksha yishyami masuchaha. He has declared there, you surrender unto me, give up all the dharmas. Now, how to give up the dharmas? Then comes Srimad Bhagavatam, which teaches us how the dharmas can be given. How can, dharma means how to give up our daily activities for the toshanam, hari toshanam, the word is Sanskrit. And then when Srimad Bhagavatam ends says, Nama sankirtanam yasya sarva papa pranasanam pranamo dukkasam namahatam namami hari param. When Srimad Bhagavatam culminates there, that you have to do Sankirtan Yagna, then comes the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Then comes the real field work. This is not yet field work, this is a philosophy. But Chaitanya Charitamrita, that's a field work. And then we get into the field work. There Krishna has said, okay, if you surrender unto me, then only you come to me, I'll take care of you. And here Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, no, it's okay, just chant and be happy, finish, matter is over. So, from transition from one to another to another to another, so this Srimad Bhagavatam is the epic piece for meditation. Prabhupada, sometime he was reading, I think Nanda Kishore or somebody was just, right? And Prabhupada was reading his own purport. And he asked, Prabhupada, why are you reading? Well, no, I want to read what I have written. Because every step you connect to the Krishna, you relish, you enjoy. Okay, you may have your own experiences. We do. Every time we do. So, this meditation process is Sarveshu kaleshu. Every time. Is it possible? Is practical? Yes. We have no other bhakti. Sarvanam, Kirtanam Vishnu, Smaranam Padasevanam, Archanam, Bandhanam, Dasyam Shakhyam Atma Nivedanam. In the 9 type of bhakti, first 6 you are independent. First 6, Sarvanam, Kirtanam, Smaranam, Padasevanam, Archanam, Bandhanam. These 6 you are independent. You don't require Krishna's sanction. You can do that. But Dasyam, Shakyama Atma Nivedanam, you need his permission. You cannot become his dasya until he accepts you. You do not become his friend if he doesn't accept you. You cannot offer everything unto him except he out. So in Nada Bhakti, the 6, the one you are independent. We can chant and we can glorify and we can meditate upon and we can do bandhana, we can do kirtan, whatever it is. And the last 3 is Krishna sanction. Then how it is possible? If Guru is pleased, Vaishnava pleased, then we can surely say that Krishna is pleased. And this is the shloka, Tannaha Sushushrumananam Arasyangan Varnitum Yashavtara Bhutanam Kshemaya cha Bhavaya cha. Each avatara of Krishna, take of any avatara, unique avatara. There was one very sincere and a strong devotee of Krishna. Out of ecstasy, he happened to narrate a pastime which Krishna has not performed. He went in ecstasy. He spoke a lila which Krishna never performed. Then what Krishna did, in order to fulfill his desire, he performed that lila again, so that his voice or his lectures would not go to the waste. He is so very kind. But to establish a relationship, it's very, very difficult. To come to this ISKCON or to bhakti is very easy. What you have to do, just come, chant and go. But then to maintain, hang on, that process of hang on is the most difficult task. So this is Srimad Bhagavatam. We have to relish every moment, every time, whether we are in the temple, whether we are outside. By seeing, we see that everybody is parts and parts of Krishna. One small anecdote, not anecdote, I'll tell you. We have started loving Krishna, and we started loving Krishna's devotee. We have started by the Master Srila Prabhupada. But what we fail to understand, that even those who are not the devotees, in the human form of life, any form of life, we don't pay much attention to them. We don't think they are the part of Krishna. And Krishna says, everybody is my part and parcel. So until and unless we start loving them also, whether they are devotees, non-devotees, whatever it is, or the animal or the birds or things like that, it means we are avipakwa. Our process of bhakti is still not mature. But when we start jita sana jita swaso jita sango jitindriya stule bhagavate rupe mana sandhare dhya, either see Krishna in everything or see everything in Krishna. Now, at the moment we know we love devotees, those who are singing, those who are preaching, everything, we love them, this, that, but we have to start loving everyone, the part and parcel of Krishna, and then Krishna will be very pleased with us. Otherwise will become sectarian, otherwise will become neophyte. Oh, this is mine and this is it. No, if everything belongs to Krishna, I will love everybody. So with this, I'll come to the conclusion of my talk. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak something, whatever I could remember, on such great literature of Srimad Bhagavatam. Hare Krishna. If any question, if I understand the question, I may be in a position to answer. If not, then I will say, sorry, Prabhu, I don't know. Yes, Prabhuji? I think in Srimad Bhagavatam, you just search on that, you'll find out. And Vedavesi search, you'll find out. It is there. He's saying that this will, in future, really speak Srimad Bhagavatam. Okay, when I go back, I can search and give it to the reference. Okay, Granthra Srimad Bhagavatam Mahapuran ki jai. Bhakti Vedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Maharaj ki jai. Nithai Gaur Piramanandi Hari Hari Bol. Krishna. Yeah.
All good, I guess. Hare Krishna. Thanks. Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopidana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradari Jaya Girivaradari 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 Jaya Girivaradari Jaya Gopidana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradari 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 Jaya Giriva Yasodhanandana Jaya Vraja Ranjana Jaya Yasodhanandana Jaya Vraja Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Kunya Bihari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Kunya Bihari Jaya Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Kunya Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunya Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunya Bihari Jaya Gopiranava Jaya Girivaradari Jaya Girivaradari Jaya Yasodhanandana Jaya Vraja Ranjana Jaya Yasodhanandana Jaya Vraja Ranjana Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Kunya Bihari Jaya Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Kunya Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunya Bihari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hey, Hey, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hey, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Hey Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha, Gopinath Radha, Gopinath Radha, Gopinath Radha. Jaya Radha, Gopinath Radha, Gopinath Radha, Gopinath Radha. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Shri Prabhupada ki jai. Ananta Kari Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Nitai Gaura Premanande. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivraja Gacchaya Astottara Satasi Simai Abhaya Charanaravinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Prabhupada ki jai. Namacharya Silhari Rastakur ki jai. Ananta Kori Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Shri Shri Brahma Madhava Gaudiya Vaishnava Sampradaya ki jai. Prem si kaho se Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaurakta Vinda ki jai. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. All glories to the Son devotees. All glories to the Son devotees. All glories to Shri Guru and Shri Gauranga. Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Oh Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Oh Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Gaura Bhakta Vrinda, Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Jai Jai Sri Chaitanya Jaya Nityananda. Jaya Advaita Chandra Jaya Gaura Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Reading from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita Adilila chapter 4, text number 20. Ye yatamam prapadyante tam stataiva bhajamyaham mama vatmanu vartante manushya partha sarvasaha. Translation. In whatever way my devotees surrender unto me, I reward them accordingly. Everyone follows my path in all respects, O son of Prita. Purport. In the 4th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna affirms that formerly, some 120 million years before the battle of Kurukshetra, he explained the mystic philosophy of the Gita to the sun god. The message was received through the chain of disciplic succession, but in course of time, the chain being broken, somehow or other, Lord Sri Krishna appeared again and taught Arjuna the truth of Bhagavad Gita. At that time, the Lord spoke this verse, Bhagavad Gita 4:11, to his friend Arjuna. Mora putra mora sakhe, mora pranapate, e baba jay mora, kare shuddha bhakti, apanake badamane, amara shamahina, shey baba hai ami, taharadina. If one cherishes pure loving devotion to me, thinking of me as his son, his friend, or his beloved, regarding himself as great and considering me his equal or inferior, I become subordinate to him. Purport. In Chaitanya Charitamrita, 3 kinds of devotional service are described, namely, bhakti, ordinary devotional service, Sudha bhakti, pure devotional service, and Vida bhakti, mixed devotional service. When devotional service is executed with some material purpose, involving fruitive activities, mental speculations, or mystic yoga, it is called mixed, adulterated devotional service. Besides Bhakti Yoga, Bhagavad Gita also describes Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and Dhyana Yoga. Yoga means linking with the Supreme Lord, which is possible only through devotion. Fruitive activities ending in devotional service, philosophical speculation ending in devotional service, and the practice of mysticism ending in devotional service are known respectively as Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and Dhyana Yoga. But such devotional service is adulterated by the three kinds of material activities. For those grossly engaged in identifying the body as the self, pious activities or Karma Yoga is recommended. For those who identify the mind with the self, philosophical speculation or Jnana Yoga is recommended. But devotees standing on the spiritual platform have no need of such material conceptions of adulterated devotion. Adulterated devotional service that does not directly aim for love of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore, service performed strictly in conformity with the revealed scriptures is better than such Vida Bhakti because it's free from all kinds of material contamination. It is executed in Krishna consciousness solely to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Those who are spontaneously devoted to the Lord and have no aims for material gain are called attracted devotees. They are spontaneously attracted to the service of the Lord, and they follow in the footsteps of self-realized souls. Their pure devotion, Sudha Bhakti, manifested from pure love of Godhead, surpasses the regulative principles of the authoritative scriptures. Sometimes, loving ecstasy transcends regulative principles. Such ecstasy, however, is completely on the spiritual platform and cannot be imitated. The regulative principles help ordinary devotees rise to the stage of perfect love of Godhead. Pure love for Krishna is the perfection of pure devotion, and pure devotional service is identical with spontaneous devotional service. Flawless execution of regulated principles is exhibited in the Vaikuntha planets. By strictly executing these principles, one can be elevated to the Vaikuntha planets, but spontaneous pure loving service is found in Krishna Loka alone. Om Jnanatimrandasya Gyanandana Salakaya Shakshuranmilitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. Kamesa Krodesa Rajaguna Samudbhavam. It is explained that somehow or other all living beings in this world are influenced by lust, by kama. And kama is described as Atmendriya Pritivanshatarabulikam, that we are interested in satisfying our own indriya, our own senses. So therefore, when one is interested in satisfying one's own senses in some way or other, and who is not in some way or other trying to enjoy a little in this world, and that we do through the senses. For such a person who has any desire to enjoy it through the senses, that person must engage the senses in the service of the Lord. The very same senses must be engaged in the service of the Lord. And in that way, we'll rise above the senses. Otherwise, we'll fight with the senses, and will be very difficult. If we try to ignore the senses and simply say, no, I will not follow these desires because I don't want them, that will be very difficult, because maybe we want them a little bit after all, somewhere. We may say, I don't want them, that's easy to say, but to really not want to enjoy the material world, that's not easy at all. Not easy at all. Therefore, we simply engage the very senses. Therefore, karma yoga. Therefore, we work with these senses. We must do things in the material world because we have a desire to control and manipulate the material energy. Profit. Good. Advantage. Yes. In various ways. We're calculating here. Is this better? Is that better? Simply looking for that comfortable situation. And then comes the day that we take up Krishna consciousness, and it is a very dramatic day, which we rehearse. And in that day, we make a formal declaration. We get on stage and say, "My Lord, from this day on, I am yours." Meanwhile, still calculating. And calculating, how can I combine surrender to Krishna with personal enjoyment? It's not easy, but this is the biggest puzzle. This is what we're trying to do. How to combine surrender with personal enjoyment. Therefore, no, I only like this prasad and that prasad, and I only like this service, that service. Very selective. Same old thing. Very carefully trying to enjoy. Very carefully. So therefore, all right, enjoy all these material things. Try it, but use them for Krishna. Somehow or other. Drive for Krishna. Play with computers for Krishna. Whatever it is, phones for Krishna. Everything for Krishna. You can get the t-shirt, phones for Krishna. That'd be big. I always say, don't forget, as I always say, you may become a devotee, but don't forget to make your phone a devotee. Yeah, what if you're a devotee and your phone is not? So it's very important that the phone, the computer, and all the electronics are also devotees. Have you thought of that? Yeah. No. We are devotees, but the phone, I fortunately didn't bring the monster, but you look on your phone and can sort of see, is this devotional? Delete. Is this app devotional? No. Okay, take it off. So, like that. And add devotional things to that phone. Then it will help. Otherwise, it will attack us throughout the day. If the phone's not a devotee, then the phone is basically attacking us the whole day. And it's powerful. Right? And so on. And so many things. So many things attack us. The Harinam party goes through the city, through the main shopping street. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Window shopping. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. It's like not so easy. It's not so easy to just really focus on Krishna. So, how to take it from there? Love of Krishna is the goal, okay? Prema Pumartha Mahan, that love of God is the goal of human life. We hear that again and again, but we struggle. We struggle, yes. But all right, let us offer the senses. Let us offer the mind. The mind by hearing, chanting, by kirtan. Somehow or other, fill the mind with transcendental sound in that way. Just like when we hear these lectures, and if we regularly hear such lectures, then it's not just an intellectual exercise like in university. Sit in university and, okay, please pay attention so that you can grab the subject matter. You have to somehow grasp it here. We're trying to outline it so that you can intellectually assimilate it. Okay, these kind of words. But what's happening here, when we hear transcendental sound, it kind of goes in, and then it emerges later. Suddenly you're downtown and something echoes, something pops up. from the Bhagavatam, something we heard, some transcendental knowledge, a phrase, a thought occurs. And the more we hear, the more that will happen. And when we hear all the time, then we basically, it's one stream of such kind of thoughts. And suddenly we are living with the philosophy of Krishna consciousness. So in this way, the mind transforms, the mind changes. So karma yoga, jnana yoga, jhana yoga, meditation, okay, and bhakti yoga. All right, so we use all these things simultaneous. There are different definitions given of bhakti, and some acharyas are saying all our bhakti is not real bhakti. It is actually mixed with karma, therefore karma misra bhakti. It is mixed with philosophical speculation, jnana misra bhakti, and so on. Other acharyas are very generous and say it's all bhakti. Prabhupada is very generous, saying it's all bhakti. But the Bhagavatam says, Srada ratir bhaktir anukramisyati. First there is srada, then there is rati, that means ecstasy, and then after that is bhakti. So that's quite advanced. So, all right, whatever actually bhakti really is, pure devotional service, whatever definition one wants to apply, the fact of the matter remains that we have mixed desires. Not only. Srila Bhaktisiddhanta describes it as Prahlad, wherever he looked, he saw only Krishna. Hiranyakasipu, he could not see Krishna anywhere. He said, Prahlad, where is your Lord? He is all-pervading, Father. He is everywhere. Everywhere. Is he here? Yes, he is here. Is he in this pillar? Yeah. Yes, he is. Still, so Hiranyakasipu could not see him, and Prahlad was seeing Krishna everywhere. Then Srila Bhaktisiddhanta says, and we are in between Prahlad and Hiranyakasipu. So Hiranyakasipu, in case you didn't know, is a big demon, and Prahlad is a great devotee. And we are in between both. 16th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, the first seven verses describe the divine nature, and the rest of the chapter describes the demoniac nature. And all of them are found in us. Harsh speech. Never any harsh speech. Never. Never. Sometimes a little bit. Then little demon. Then little demon. You can look, when you look in that mirror, you can say, you little demon. Yes. Somehow that's the situation. Oh yeah. And some are even big demons. And then what you do. Anyway, so that's what we are encountering. That struggle between different sides of ourselves. That is our spiritual life. Our spiritual life is not, we're not walking on a golden path, going up and up to higher and higher realms. No, we're going up the mountains and through the valleys, and sometimes down the deep end, and then sort of, it's like, I don't know if you ever watch cartoon, but the heroes fall down mountains and they never die. They sort of, in the cartoons, they crash into the ground, a big hole, and they climb back out, sort of. That's kind of our spiritual life. We go off to the deep end, crash. We crawl back out, broken hand, somehow or other, try to chant. Not so easy. A plaster here, a plaster there. Yeah. It is, but it is in that struggle. It is that struggle that is the mercy of the Lord. The entire material world is designed for that purpose. This is not the world of desire trees. Oh tree, please give me a pizza. Do we have a pizza tree in the garden? Not that I know of. With double cheese, please. No. But in the spiritual world, there are desire trees. Anything one desires can be had. Imagine we would have one here in the garden. Would be, no one would even come in the temple anymore. Everyone would be out there, with that tree. The puja would shift. Oh tree, please give me a new car. Oh tree, please, some jewels, please. Oh tree. What more could you desire from a desire tree? Yeah, think about it. Anyway, I can think of many things. Yeah, of course, one gets entangled in that way. Years ago, when I was first visiting India, before I came to the Hare Krishna movement, I came to a yogi who was seated in Benares on the bank of the Ganga. And this yogi told me a story, and I'll share the story with you, because it's not a bad story. And the story basically is this. Once upon a time, there was a great, great forest. And there was a great rumor about that great, great forest. That somewhere in the forest, there was a desire tree. Oh yes. And a young man, adventurous and full of interest, decided, oh yes, let me go and let me find this desire tree. He looked everywhere and all over the forest, the entire day, from early in the morning to late in the evening, and yet still no desire tree. Then he came to an open area in the forest, and he was tired, and he leaned against a tree. And he was just then thinking, I hope there are no tigers here. Next moment, roar! A roaring tiger appeared, and the tiger pounced on him and just ripped him to pieces. And once upon a time, there was a great forest, and a rumor had it that in the forest there was a great desire tree. And a young man, kind of adventurous type, was interested to check it out. He went in the forest looking for this desire tree, everywhere and everywhere, searching it out, and the whole day from morning till night. In the evening he came to an open area in the forest, leaned against a tree, and was thinking, I hope there will be no tigers here. Next! No! But a terrible tiger roared, jumped on him, and ripped him to pieces. And once upon a time, there was a great forest. And there was a rumor that in that forest there was a desire tree. And a young man, guess what? The adventurous type, yes, wanted to try it out the whole day, from the morning till the evening. Yes, he was looking at every tree in the forest. And then he came to an open area, and he leaned against a tree, and then then he thought, I hope there's not going to be any tigers here. And then what happened? Not like that, tiger. Then a tiger! That's like, you gotta, come on, tiger appeared and ripped him to pieces. So what to make of this story? What to make of this? It is basically describing the cycle of birth and death. It is basically describing how ultimately all our desires bring us to the point of death, and then the story starts again and again and again. That's basically the story. So that is very true. And every time, you're in that forest and sort of everything is okay, and then the tiger appears, which is a bit much, isn't it? You miss a beat every once in a while in the heart when tigers appear. So the point we're trying to make is we have to end it. We have to end this. So when I speak about love of God, difficult. Do we really want it? Yes, I want love of God, but I also don't want to give up my love for so many other things and personalities. It's not easy to live God alone, isn't it? All right, we'll love God, but can we love someone else as well? Yeah. So this is the situation. So it's not so easy. Therefore, what we require is that we come to the point where we say, all right, that love of God is the ultimate goal, but for now I put that on the shelf. Let me deal with the situation where I am trapped in the material world, and this tiger comes every time, Just when everything is okay, there's the tiger again. Right? And it gets a bit much. So, therefore, let's get out of here. Let's get out of the material world. And that was Srila Prabhupada's main point. His main point was, that is his unique angle in Krishna consciousness. Whereas the scriptures emphasize love of God, Prema Pumarta Mahan, love of God is the ultimate goal of life. Prabhupada named his magazine Back to Godhead. Prabhupada was speaking about going back to Godhead. Prabhupada was speaking, emphasizing that, rarely speaking about love of God, knowing that we don't desire it that much. One devotee said to me, I don't know if I want to go to the spiritual world. I don't know anybody there. It's tough. It is hard. No, really, think about it. Such a deep philosophy. But when we bump into the tigers in this world, each time again, end of story, life after life, maybe we can come to the point where we say, what's the point? I built myself a castle and a golden coach in front of the door. Ta-da, ta-da, ta-da. Build up my bank balance and then, tiger! It's too much, isn't it? Really. You hope I'm going to stop with this tiger business, right? I think you do get a shock every time that I do it, isn't it? Yes. But this happens life after life. Death is indeed shocking when it happens. So let's get out of this cycle of birth and death, and let us return back to Godhead. And that desire is more easy to develop. And then, as that matures, then we can go to the next stage of desiring to go back to Godhead. Otherwise, if it's saying, desiring pure love of God, yeah, very nice, but I don't think I'm ready for that. I just don't think I'm ready for that. And it doesn't really register very deeply. But think about it. Have we had enough of the material world? Did you have enough? You had enough. You didn't have enough. You want some more. My name is Maya. I dress up in different ways. Sometimes like a Swami, why not? I have for you a golden opportunity. I mean, look at it. Look. Look. You wanted this your whole life. Today you can have it. Take it. Take it. Come on. Take it. Take it. Hold it. Feel it. Really, please. Take it, feel it. Yes, you're feeling it? How does it feel? Feels good. You know what? Yeah! That's my trident. You like my trident? My trident is made of suffering from your own mind and body, and suffering from other living entities. The worms are eating you from the inside, the neighbors are picking your pockets. And suffering from natural circumstances. Is it a little warm tonight? You like my trident? Trisun. You like? You can have golden opportunities, but you always get the Trisun, the trident. Oh, so that is the nature of Maya. Everything is followed by that trident. You sure you want more? Are you sure? Yeah. Yeah, so at one point, we really get a desire, okay, I had enough, I'm ready to go back to Godhead. Let's get out of here. So that desire has to become strong. When that desire is strong, then Radha Gopinath reveals himself. And then he'll take us right back to the spiritual world. See? So this is the point. So when we speak about trying to attain love of God, that is very high. But when we speak about getting out of this place, getting out of this world, that's something we can relate to. Just think about it. Maybe tonight it's not so strong, that feeling, but maybe when you're at work on Monday, you know, sort of 1 hour into the day on Monday morning, then maybe that feeling, I want to get out of here, is stronger. Or on Friday afternoon, when you sit in the traffic, really, that's also when you get that feeling, I want to get out of here. Gosh, I was in the traffic the whole afternoon. So let us get out of this material world, this life. And otherwise, there was a forest. And somehow or other, they say that in that forest there's a desire tree. A young man, the adventurous type, he went into that forest from the morning till... and then everywhere, but to no avail, he did not find that tree. And then he came to an open place in the forest. And what happened then? He sat down and leaned against a tree, And then he was thinking, I hope there are no tigers here. And what happened then? Okay, you're getting better at it. Yes. Thank you very much. Any questions? Any comments? Yes. I'm deaf after all these tigers.
You're talking about doubting our material desires and Krishna service. But then many a time it looks like it's so subtle that I'm not able to understand that I'm actually doubting. Rather, it looks like after I finish everything, it looks like I didn't doubt at all. It's just a sense gratification. So how do I understand that I'm actually linking it to the Lord?
Rasoham apsakonteya. I am the taste of water, dovetailing my thirst, and remembering that Krishna is the taste of water. That was good. No, that particular approach is not right. Because in that approach, we think that somehow or other, by dovetailing my desires, I have to purify myself. But we cannot purify ourselves. It is Krishna who will purify us. Sarva dharmam parichayamamekam saranam vraja. Aham tam sarva papebhyo mokshayasami masucha. Krishna says, I will take away the reactions of all your previous sinful activities. So, ultimately, as long as we connect with anything with Krishna, right? As long as we add Krishna, whenever Krishna enters into the equation, then we'll get purified. It's not that we're doing it. Krishna is doing it. All that we have to do is adding Krishna. Therefore, that's the solution. Whatever it is, whatever we do, sinful things out. And for the rest, add Krishna. And then Krishna will do it. We don't have to catch the very subtle possible attachment that still remains. Like I saw the four-wheel drive with the number plate, for you, Krishna. And I went, sure. Right? That wasn't so subtle. But you know what I'm saying? It's not so easy to dovetail. But no. Still, he put for you Krishna on the car, and he got benefit from that, and ultimately, that will win. Krishna will win. He always does. The demons always think they're gonna win. Big demons, but even little demons, they will not win. Anyone else? If no one has anything, then I'll start my farewell speech, because I'm leaving the country tomorrow to go to Vrindavan. What to do? Sorry, Sydney. What to do? Have to go now. Vrindavan. No, we need to go to Vrindavan somehow or other. Because it is one of the 5 most important aspects of devotional service. To be in the Holy Dham is a very powerful means to pick ourselves up. Prabhupada said that once a year we should go there, because in the course of associating with the material energy we become contaminated. And then we should purify ourselves in the Dham. Well, that's understandable. We're Krishna conscious, and then you go da-da-da-da-da, and you get contaminated. You go here, you go there. Every day you get contaminated. Think about it. How much rubbish goes in every day. Then Vrindavan. So we should think about that. When was the last time we were in Vrindavan? So So with me it was a long time ago, so I have to go tomorrow. There's nothing I can do about it. So therefore, I'm saying goodbye to you. I guess I won't make it so late tonight. I won't have a late kirtan till late, because then tomorrow it will be also late, and then I'll go on that flight totally wiped out, so it's not a good idea. Swami is escaping, but I thank you for coming this evening. I think I've made my message. Once upon a time, there was a forest. Desire tree, not finding. In the end, leaning against the tree. Did he find the tree in the end, maybe? Watch out what you desire. And then whatever you remember at the time of death, that's what you'll become. So you can understand all these guys sitting under this tree, and they were thinking of tigers, and then they died, and they became tigers. So there must have been a lot of tigers in that forest there around those trees. Each time there was another boy going in the forest, another tiger. The place is riddled with tigers. Yeah. So that's the nature of Kali Yuga. More tigers. So more risk, more danger, more anxiety. It is written in the Srimad Bhagavatam that at one point there will be nothing to eat, and parents will eat their children, and children will eat their parents. You have to be quick. It may be dangerous. You're in the temple and suddenly there's a bite missing from someone's shoulder. So better don't hang around too long as Kali Yuga is progressing. Keep that in mind. That's coming. All right, leaving you some food for thought in this way. It was very nice to meet you all here in Sydney. Let us do that. Let us take advantage of this movement to go back to Godhead, and let us do something to help others take advantage of this movement. And if we do that, then we are alive. Then we are alive. When we don't just keep it for ourselves, but do something for others, then life becomes magic. And we're on the way to the spiritual world. Thank you so much. Srila Prabhupada ki jai. Sisi Radha Gopinath ki jai.
Kanamakanana Swami ki jai.
I had a feeling. Yeah, one second. I had a feeling. Ate enough for 3 days.
I found someone for tomorrow.
Nandana Vrajanana Ranjana Yasodhanandana Vrajanana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Raya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Srivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hare Krishna. So before we continue, I just wanted to say today is Akshay Tritiya. So Akshay Tritiya is a significant day. It is a day to make a new beginning. And whatever is started on that day will produce very good results. It says Akshay means that which has no ending or no impediment. Tritiya means the third day. And it says on this day, it was Ganga that descended to earth. Lord Parasuram also appeared on this day. Draupadi, she got the Akshay Patra plate on this day. And from the sun god, the plate that could produce unlimited prasadam. And it's the beginning of Chandan Yatra. And in general, if there's anything to make a long-term commitment on this day, it's a good day for that. I thought I'll just share that, since can take advantage. I almost took sannyas on Akshay Tritiya, but the priest got a toothache. So it was a day later. Then we read text number 23. Srimad Bhagavatam's first canto, chapter 12, entitled Birth of Emperor Pariksit, text 23. Pitamaha samasamye prasade girisupamaha asraya sarva bhutanam yata devo ramasraya pitamaha samasamye prasade girisupamaha asraya sarva bhutanam yata devo ramasraya Ladies? Pitamaha, the grandfather or Brahma. Samaha, equally good. Samye, in the matter. Prasade, in charity or in munificence. Girisha, Lord Shiva. Upamaha, comparison of equilibrium. Asrayaha, resort. Sarva, all. Bhutanam, of the living beings, Yata, as Deva, the Supreme Lord, Rama Asrayaha, the personality of Godhead. Translation. This child will be like his grandfather Yudhisthira or Brahma in equanimity of mind. He will be munificent like the Lord of the Kailash hill Shiva, and he will be the resort of everyone, like the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Narayan, who is even the shelter of the Goddess of Fortune. Purport. Mental equanimity refers both to Maharaj Yudhisthira and to Brahma, the grandfather of all living beings. According to Sridhar Swami, the grandfather referred to is Bhishma, but according to Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, the grandfather is Maharaj Yudhisthira himself. But in both cases, the comparison is equally good, because both of them are recognized representatives of the Supreme Lord, and thus both of them have to maintain mental equanimity, being engaged in welfare work for the living being. That's why in the translation we see that both are there. The child will be like his grandfather, Yudhisthira or Brahma, in equanimity of mind. So Srila Prabhupada has just taken the commentary and edited it into the translation, because if you look carefully, you don't see any. It's not specified who Pitamaha is. Pitamaha is generally the name of Lord Brahma in the universe. He's the grandfather, sometimes grandsire of all in the universe. He was the first living being in the universe. But then we see that it could also refer to Yudhisthira. This child will be like his grandfather Yudhisthira. So Prabhupada just incorporated Sridhar Swami and Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur. So we see sometimes the acharyas have a little different angle, different interpretation on a verse. But Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu said, one who does not agree with the commentary of Sridhar Swami is, well, the way he said it, he said in Bengali, he said, one who is not in agreement with the Swami is a prostitute, because the word Swami in Bengali is not only used for a sannyasi, but the title is also used for a husband. So it's in traditional India, a lady who is not in agreement with the husband is a prostitute, they said. Sridhar Swami. So Lord Chaitanya, 500 years ago, spoke like that for anyone who was not in agreement with the commentary of Sridhar Swami. So we see Prabhupada is very careful not to overstep that and to keep that intact. So the child will be like his grandfather Yudhisthira, or will be like his grandfather, like the grandfather of all, Lord Brahma. I'll go back to the purport now. Any responsible executive agent at the top of administration has to tolerate different types of onslaughts from the very persons for whom he works. Brahmaji was criticized even by the gopis, the highest perfectional devotees of the Lord. The gopis were dissatisfied with the work of Brahma because Lord Brahma, as creator of this particular universe, created eyelids which obstructed their seeing Lord Krishna. They could not tolerate a moment's blinking of the eyes, for it kept them from seeing their beloved Lord Krishna. So what to speak of others who are naturally very critical of every action of a responsible man? Similarly, Maharaj Yudhisthira. Okay, again, I'll comment a little. So, it is mentioned that Lord Brahma was meditating for a very long time to attain self-realization. It is said, and when it came to understanding the gopis, it is said Lord Brahma, he meditated for 60,000 of his years, which are very long, on the dust of the lotus feet of the gopis. So not even on the gopis, but the dust of their feet. Considering that this dust somehow or other had the ability to stay there at their feet. Therefore, Lord Brahma was also thinking, if I could stay there at their feet, then maybe I can at least get some mercy, so that I can approach, at least approach their mood of love for Krishna. So, therefore, the gopis certainly were eligible to criticize Lord Brahma. In the eternal relationship, the gopis are superior to Lord Brahma. Of course, in the universal arrangement in this world, they are not. They are cowherd girls from Vrindavan, and Lord Brahma is the original grandfather who is to be respected by all living beings. But yes, we find in the Garga Samhita, we find a description which is interesting. We find a description about Golok. And we find a description about the demigods. And it said there that the demigods were approaching Lord Vishnu. And they were approaching Lord Vishnu for instructions on how to deal with the problem of demons in the universe. Then when they were there, they found a channel, a tunnel. And in there was a river, and they went in a boat, and they crossed, and they came to the spiritual world, to Golok. And so they found a hidden connection to Golok, and they actually came to Golok, and they were able to take darshan. Right? Of course, that whole reality of Golok, of Krishna and the gopis, was a very exalted reality beyond them. Right? So there we see in the Garga Samhita, which is recognized as a bona fide scripture by our acharyas. There we see that description of the real hierarchy, how the gopis are superior to Lord Brahma, and that Lord Brahma can never fully understand the depth of their love. So in terms of love, they are superior. The same is also delineated in the Brihad Bhagavatamrita, because that's what the Brihad Bhagavatamrita does. As Gopakumar is traveling through the universe, he's going step by step to higher regions and to higher devotees. So also here, then the gopis are coming out as the topmost. I'll go now back to the purport. Similarly, Maharaj Yudhisthira had to cross over many difficult situations created by his enemies, and he proved to be the most perfect maintainer of mental equanimity in all critical circumstances. Therefore, the example of both grandfathers for maintaining equanimity of mind is quite fitting. There is a verse which describes how Yudhisthira had to cross an ocean which was filled with very powerful aquatics and all-devouring aquatics. What was his chance? But somehow or other he crossed that ocean, somehow or other, by the mercy of the Lord. So it is by the mercy of the Lord that both grandfathers were able to maintain mental equanimity in all critical circumstances. How can you maintain mental equanimity in all critical circumstances? It gets to a point where it's just too much, the limit. But when one can see Krishna at any time, then that is our shelter. Not that one is not experiencing the hardship. We are not impersonalists. So we are experiencing the difficulty, but a pure devotee immediately takes shelter of Krishna. And so, in this way, then he sees it is all simply Krishna, Krishna's arrangement, Krishna's energy, and Krishna will surely protect me. And in this way, Narakesu, Swarga Pavaraka Narakesu Apitulyarta Darsinaha. That whether he is in heaven or in hell, he is always equipoised, not affected by this, because he's really with Krishna, not anywhere else. Lord Shiva is a celebrated demigod who awards gifts to beggars. His name is Asutosh, or one who is pleased very easily. He is also called the Bhutanath, or the Lord of the common folk, who are mainly attached to him because of his munificent gifts, even without considering of the after effects. Ravana was very attached to Lord Shiva, and by easily pleasing him, Ravana became so powerful that he wanted to challenge the authority of Lord Ram. Of course, Ravana was never helped by Lord Shiva when he fought with Ram, the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the Lord of Shiva. To Vrikasura, Lord Shiva awarded a benediction, which was not only awkward but also disturbing. Vrikasura became empowered by the grace of Lord Shiva to vanish anyone's head simply by touching it. It is said that Vrikasura was offering his own flesh into the fire. He's cutting off bits of his flesh and offering it into a sacrificial fire. So a very ghastly approach to worship. And ultimately Lord Shiva appeared before him. And then he wanted the benediction that whoever head he would touch, that head would explode. A friendly fellow. So this was awarded by Lord Shiva. Although this was awarded by Lord Shiva, the cunning fellow wanted to make an experiment of the power of touching the head of Lord Shiva. Thus the Lord had to take shelter of Vishnu to save himself from trouble. And the Lord Shiva, by his illusory potency, asked Vrikasura to make an experiment with his own head. We remember that the Lord took the form of a brahmachari, a nice, non-threatening kind of spiritual personality. So Vrikasura comes here and he is sort of running after Lord Shiva all over the universe. Then the brahmachari stands there and says, "Oh, my dear Vrikasura, why you are so running so much? Don't you know that the body is very valuable? And that when you are running like this and exhausting your body, that is bad for your health." Vrikasura was thinking, well, intelligent boy. Really? I mean, indeed, the body is very important. And he gives good advice. So he stopped and he said, "No, I am running because Lord Shiva gave me the benediction that whosever head I will touch, that head will explode. And I'm trying to touch his head." "Ah," said the brahmachari, "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't think Lord Shiva gave you that benediction. I think he cheated you." No, he definitely gave it to me." "Nah, I don't think so. I think he cheated you. If you think it works, then why don't you touch your own head?" And then Vrikasura touched his own head and it exploded. So somehow or other, Lord Vishnu, by his illusory potency, asked Vrikasura to make an experiment with his own head. The fellow did it and was finished himself. So the world was saved from all sorts of trouble by such a cunning beggar of the demigods. The excellent point is that Lord Shiva never denies anyone any sort of gift. He is therefore the most generous, although sometimes some kind of a mistake is made. Ram, that's the next topic then. Ram means the goddess of fortune. So Ram, there is Lord Ramachandra, and Ramanti Yogino Nanti Satyananda Chitatmani Iti Rama Padena So Param Brahma Vidiyate. There is that Lord Ram is the embodiment of transcendental happiness, basically. And then there is, so the word Ram is referring to transcendental happiness, and to Ramante means to enjoy. Then Rama Devi is referring to the goddess of fortune. So she is also called Rama Devi, because she is also an enjoying. Therefore, it's one of her names, of the goddess of fortune, Rama Devi, the one who is enjoying transcendental pleasure. Rama Devi, purport continues, Rama Devi means the goddess of fortune, and her shelter is Lord Vishnu. Lord Vishnu is the maintainer of all living beings. There are innumerable living beings, not only on the surface of this planet, but also in all other hundreds of thousands of planets. All of them are provided with all necessities of life for the progressive march toward the end of self-realization. But on the path of sense gratification, they are put into difficulty by the agency of Maya, the illusory energy, and so travel the path of a false plan of economic development. So first of all, Srila Prabhupada makes the point that there is life throughout the universe. And it says the living beings are sarvaga. Sarvaga means they're present everywhere. It's said not only on this planet, but on all planetary systems, even in between the planets, even between the atoms, there are living beings everywhere. However, when we speak to life on other planets, they say that they're going to Mars and so on, and at least put machines on there with cameras, but no sign of life as yet. They say. But why do they think, in the first place, that all that life would have to be within the range of our senses? Even when there are many things outside of the range of our senses here. There are sounds which we cannot hear, but dogs can hear because they have a bigger range of frequency than human beings, and so on. So there are so many things that exist that we cannot perceive with our senses here. And our senses have a particular range. Why would it have to be that life on other planets is within the range of our senses? So that in itself is childish thinking. There is no life in the universe. But all life then must be, according to them, within the range of our senses. That is already one argument to consider. So in this way, approaching life in the universe through our senses is a very limited experience. We know we cannot perceive the demigods. We don't see them, and yet And yet they exist, but on a more subtle plane. Our eyes are not able to see. They exist beyond our range. As simple as that. So all the living entities are provided with the necessities of life for the progressive march towards the end of self-realization. But on the path of sense gratification, they're put into difficulty by the agency of Maya, the illusory energy, and so travel the path of a false plan of economic development. So that's not only here. Maya is not only active on our planet. Maya is active throughout the universe. Different living beings are covered to a different degree by Maya. But even the demigods, although they are devotees, they're not free from the influence of Maya. They are still trying to enjoy their senses. Therefore, Srila Prabhupada pointed out that he said many devotees may be going towards the heavenly planets because they are still so much pursuing the pleasure of the senses. Not speaking about internally still having desires to satisfy the senses, but pursuing. So now, should we become afraid? Maybe we go to the heavenly planets. No, but we should have a sense of strictness. It's not that I'm trying to really instill fear, but one must be careful not to miss the opportunity. Going back to Godhead is ultimately the goal of life. What else is there? Everything else is anyway the illusory energy. So in the conditioned state, we may think this looks better than that, this place is better than that place, but that's in one sense the conditioned state. In the liberated state, there's no such distinction, because in the liberated state, whether we are in a situation influenced by the mode of ignorance or in a situation influenced by the mode of goodness, it is still Abrahma Bhuvana Loka Punaravatino Arjuna Mamu Pejutu Kuntyo Punar Janmana Vijate. It is still within the universe and where repeated birth and death takes place. So there's still suffering. Satya Loka, Brahma Loka is known as Satya Loka. But even then, the place in goodness, still birth and death. So, therefore, we're not so concerned with any place in this universe. We just really are concerned getting out of here. That means we have to be a little careful of having mixed desires, right? Of having desires to enjoy the universe. I mean, we have to watch out for that. Not from, not that fear should be the main motivation in our spiritual life. When our spiritual life is fear-driven, that's not uncommon, but that is condemned in the Bhagavatam. Bhagavatam says that out of fear of me, the wind blows, the sun rises, all the functions are simply are happening out of fear. Shutim aparishmitim itre bharatam anje bhajanta bhavabhita aham iham nanda vande yasya linda param brahma. In that verse, it is stated that some are following the Shruti, some are following the Smriti, some are following the Itihasas like the Mahabharata, and said, but all are doing so out of fear. But I am worshipping Nanda Maharaj, because in the courtyard of his house, the absolute truth, Param Brahma, is playing like a child. So, fear is not our business. A little fear of Maya, yes, should be there, but it's not our constant meditation. But we are careful in dealing with Maya. Watch out. It's like being in the zoo. Don't get too close to the cage. Right? No selfies near the cage and all that things. Because it's, just one little snap and they are faster than we are. Right? These animals. So what to do? Jagadananda Pandit in the Prema Vivarta is saying Krishna Bhaya Mukhahaya Bhogavan Chakara Nikatastamaya Tarajapatiyahaya. He's saying that he's speaking about taking it to the edge. When you are Krishna Bhaya Mukhahaya, when we are flirting with the material energy and getting close to the material energy, then he says that we should know that it's not a matter of falling down, but that Maya will slap us down. So that was an interesting statement of Jagadananda Pandit. He didn't just speak about the risk of falling down, but he said, no, Maya will slap you down if you get too close to Maya. Krishna Bhaya Mukhahaya. So that's interesting. You get slapped down. Yeah. So therefore, all right, we have some respect for Maya and we keep some distance. We're not going to unnecessarily take it to the edge. I heard in the past of two sannyasis who are not sannyasis anymore, who went in tight swimming trunks to the beach in Saint-Tropez, and one said to the other, I guess we've taken it to the edge. Boom! They got slapped down. So we are careful. We are protecting ourselves, our spiritual life. We're not thinking we are immune to the influence of the illusory energy. And I have one story, which is a story about Gandhi and his movement. And that Gandhi, in his movement, he was prescribing celibacy for his leaders. So one of Gandhi's leaders had been celibate for many years, 20 years, but was married. So, separate bedrooms, right? That also happens in the Hare Krishna movement at times. So anyway, that was going on, but then a political adversary sent a lady to make him fall down. So, she was a professional lady, so she made all the professional moves, and stretching a leg here and showing a breast there, and it agitated the mind of this man. But he didn't fall down with that lady, never happened. But that night, for the first time in 20 years, he went to the bedroom of his wife. So, now the story is whatever it is. I'm not buying morally into the story, but why I find the story interesting is that he was exposed in one situation, and he picked up a seed in that situation, which came out in another one. Now, if if it can work like that. Think of those dynamics. You pick up a seed in one situation and it comes out in another situation. That's tricky. Because you may think, this movie, it's not really affecting me. Yes, there are some scenes that are really not appropriate, but I'm not really watching them. But what if they create seeds? Right? So Maya works like that. We pick up seeds, and these seeds come out later. We find in the Chaitanya Charitamrita, as evidence for such a statement, a description of the unwanted creepers that come up along with the bhakti creeper. So there's the bhakti lata beach, the seed of bhakti, and then there's the seed of unwanted things that grow side by side like weeds. So there we go. The seed dynamics are recognized in that metaphor in Chaitanya Charitamrita. And I illustrated it with the story of Gandhi, which is very interesting, I think. At least to me, that is a significant point, not just something of academic interest from, how interesting I read that. No, it was for me something I marked, and that became something I keep in mind in my spiritual life. It determined my attitude in how I deal with things. From that, I sort of felt, in my dealings with Maya, I should keep this in mind. Yeah. Because we all have dealings with Maya, right? All the time. Every day. Every day we have to deal with Maya. As soon as in the temple, we can try and limit it, but Maya is also in the temple, right? And Maya is everywhere. Maya is in our mind. Right? We also, although we may be the most paka devotee in the Hare Krishna movement and everything, all the attributes are proper, but can we say we never have improper thoughts or improper desires? Spiritual life clearly means an inner battle. Right? Between the higher self and the lower self. And are we sometimes getting compromised? Are we? Getting compromised doesn't necessarily mean a fall down. It can also mean that we are becoming slack. We may be slack, we may, it doesn't matter so much, this doesn't matter so much, that doesn't matter so much. But all these things that don't matter so much are maybe the seed for something that grows into something bigger. First, it's small things don't matter. They say it's like there's the spiritual path and it's a straight line. Then when you are going in a slightly different direction, not strict, then it's like two lines and they gradually grow apart. So in this way, we are careful in our dealings with Maya, and therefore personal strictness, even on so-called smaller things, is relevant, like Prabhupada says. Surrender means to follow all the rules and regulations, all the small ones, not just big ones, but many little ones. Now I don't want to make that the thrust of this lecture, where I go towards how to be afraid of Maya, how to protect ourselves of Maya, 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 and our whole meditation is just Maya, Maya, Maya. No, that's not there at all. It's rather, but something has to be there. It is said one must put some fence around the devotional creeper. in Chaitanya Charita, if I go with the Bhakti Lata beach, and then there's the devotional creeper, we put a fence around the devotional creeper to protect it. It's not that the fence is what it's all about. Put a fence around your creeper, put a fence around your creeper, make sure your creeper is fenced. That's not the meditation. Water the creeper, right? The creeper doesn't live by the fence. The creeper lives by the water of Sravanam, Kirtanam, Jala, Sechana. Water your creeper with hearing and chanting, right? It is said that is the essence. The fence must be there, but that's just, to make sure your little creeper doesn't get eaten by some big cow or goat or camel or whatever eats creepers. So like this, we're protecting ourselves, keeping ourselves safe on the spiritual platform. In the 11th canto, there's an example of a personality who was a big miser during his life, and then his family rejected him, and he was a Brahmana, and no one wanted to know him anymore. Anyway, he took sannyas. But then as a sannyasi, he got so many reactions from his previous actions, and people would give him a hard time. Some people would steal his danda. And said, it even got to a point where some people were urinating upon him. Well, that's pretty intense. He was sitting and doing his chanting, his spiritual practices, and then someone as a joke was urinating on him. Anyway, that's heavy. And then it says there that whatever happens, even when people are urinating upon you, you have to keep yourself safe on the spiritual platform. So this point of keeping ourselves safe is sort of really highlighted in the Srimad Bhagavatam as like something to keep in mind. But it is only the fencing, it is the separate thing. The essence is Sravana Kirtanam Jala Sechana. It is really hearing and chanting, getting absorbed in Krishna, that's what it's about. Right? And that's the one thing that is difficult. Somehow or other, we don't want to do that. Yes, I'll fast. No, it's not about fasting. Yes, fasting is good. In a sense, it's part of the fence. It's reinforcing the fence. That's all. You fast, it sort of helps to control the senses, reinforces the fence. But the essence is not the fence. The essence is hearing and chanting, getting attracted to Krishna. Maya Shaktamana. Ashaktamana means attached mind to Krishna. The mind must become attached to Krishna somehow or other. That's really what we're talking about. That was the gopis. That was the blinking of the eyes that they didn't want because of great attachment to Krishna. That is what we are striving. That is the core of bhakti. Their bhakti is different. Their bhakti is not the most austere. Their bhakti is not about, oh, mirror, mirror on the wall, who can fast the longest of all? Oh, mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the toughest of all? Who can take his bath in the coldest water? Right? I mean, you take a bucket of cold water from the tap in the winter and you put a block of ice inside. Is it cold enough? Not really. Could be colder. I've had colder in my days. When we used to cut the warm water tap off with a hacksaw so that if you'd go in the shower, you could not even bring your own secret tap to turn on a little warm water. Yes. One brahmachari would go in the shower, push himself against the wall, not to get wet, and then make noises like and then come out. Of course, at one point he didn't pass the smell test. But what can I say? We had one devotee in Adelaide. He would take hot showers for hours. And his name was Raghunath Bhatta. And we named him Raghunath Bathroom Das. What to say? Yeah. What can you do? It's the Hare Krishna movement. We are human beings living with a process. We're somehow or other trying. And that's what it's about. Yes, we're hearing and chanting. Yes, we're getting attracted to Krishna, but maybe not so much as the gopis yet. We still blink our eyes. We still keep our eyes closed when we're falling asleep. Like during the Bhagavatam, we don't have so much taste for hearing and chanting yet. It's more out of duty. So, therefore, we depend on the present. When we are engaging in spiritual life out of duty, then we are more reliant on the present than the gopis. The gopis were so absorbed in remembrance of Krishna that it didn't matter wherever they were internally with Krishna. But because we are not internally with Krishna, therefore the present means more to us. Therefore we do need a supportive situation, and therefore we do need friendship. Most of all, you can tolerate a lot. That the water is not so warm, you can tolerate. Even that the prasadam is not always cooked perfectly, you can tolerate. When there are really good bonds with people. In the present situation, that is the most important, because when we cannot find our satisfaction in the relationship with Krishna, because we're not deep enough yet, then the next level is finding it with human beings. And therefore, that is something in our movement where we can invest more to make it more, to make it easier. And so these 6 loving exchanges between the Vaishnavas, Dadati Pratikrina Ti Guyam Agata Prichati Bhungte Bhujayati Chaiva Satvinam Priti Laksanam. These the 6 loving exchanges, giving gifts and receiving gifts. One has to also receive the gift and use it. There's the example of Upendra. Upendra, he gave Prabhupada as his dakshin after initiation, his baby blanket. Now, somehow or other, the baby blanket, he kept it his whole life into adulthood and as his most treasured possession, and then he offered it to Prabhupada as dakshin. So Prabhupada looks like, what is this? It's just like, Prabhupada, this is my most treasured possession. And Prabhupada said, it's useless. And so, his baby blanket was useless. So Upendra was destroyed. But then the next day, he came into the room, and Prabhupada had put the baby blanket on the floor as an asana. He found some use for it. That was Prabhupada. He found some use for it. One Mayavadi, there was sometimes these programs where there was also some Mayavadi speaking, some big Pandal program or something. So one of these big Indian programs, there was a Mayavadi, And the Mayavadi had brought brochures with him, and he gave Prabhupada the brochure. And Prabhupada said, "Oh, very nice brochure, very nice." So he said, "Oh, you like?" Then he gave a whole box. So here's this box of Mayavadi brochures, and Prabhupada told the devotees, "Please, yes, please look after the box." So then some 2 weeks later on a Sunday feast, Prabhupada asked, he said, that box with the brochures, where is that? Please bring that box with the brochures. So the devotees like, box with the brochures? Mayavadi brochures? Mayavadi? Right? And then they brought the box with the brochures. Then Prabhupada says, "Oh, very good. Please give everyone a brochure." It's like, no, what's going on? Now he's giving everyone Mayavadi brochures. This is very serious. And then, okay, but no one dared to say anything. They were distributed. And then Prabhupada said, "So did everyone get one of the brochures?" And then Prabhupada told all the guests, he said, "Okay, now please," it was some threefold thing, He said, "Now fold it open and put it flat on the ground in front of you." And then Prabhupada had prasadam served on top of it and used it as plates. And in this way, he accepted that gift of the Mayavadi, and he engaged it in service of the Lord. Now that's accepting gifts, not only like, "Oh, thank you so much, that is really lovely," as soon as the person's gone, like useless, right? One of them is supposed to do this. No. But Prabhupada really accepted the gift, and somehow or other was, how do I engage this gift in Krishna's service so that the person gets benefit? So giving gifts, receiving gifts, these are loving exchanges. Prabhupada had a watch. Someone gave him another watch. Prabhupada was wearing both watches. There's a picture. You may know the photo. It's a famous photo of Prabhupada with two watches. And you look at him, he's got two watches. One next to each other. It's just like... So, loving exchanges. Loving exchanges. Oh, we have to learn the art of loving exchanges. Confidentially revealing the mind. Confidentiality. Don't tell anybody, but you know what I mean. So-and-so told me in confidence. It's like really, don't tell. No, I swear, definitely. No. You know me, I never tell anything to anyone. Please. What is it? Oh, no, really? Oh, no, I never imagined that. And he's like, Hamza, can you keep a secret? So confidentiality, without it, how can there be trust? How can there be trust? So first we must be trustworthy. And if we are trustworthy, then people will open up. Otherwise everyone will live with a facade. And when everyone lives with a facade, then we will all hide from each other and say Hare Krishna, Hare Bol, and everything. And we're a very artificial movement with not real relationships. Bhungtebu Jayati Chaiva. Giriraj Maharaj, once we're taking prasadam with Giriraj Maharaj, and then he said, it's a well-known fact that cows that are being fed together, they give more milk. So this culture of taking prasadam is there amongst the associates of Lord Chaitanya, of Krishna. Yeah, so that giving prasadam, sharing prasadam, having some nice prasadam, and instead of taking it ourselves, giving it to someone, the real good stuff. Not like the sort of stuff you don't like. Here, got some nice prasadam for you. Oh, thank you very much. No, the real stuff. Like this. We have to conquer. That's my last point. When Lord Chaitanya had left to take sannyas, all the devotees were very, very much in separation. Then Nityananda sent Acharya Ratna with a message. Nityananda was with Lord Chaitanya, Acharya Ratna also. He sent Acharya Ratna back with a message, and the message was, somehow or other, I will bring the Lord to the house of Advaita Acharya. When Advaita Acharya received that message from Nityananda, he jumped up and down and he just called out, he said, Nityananda, 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 what a friend, what a friend. He has conquered me. Now, this is a very interesting point. How in relationships one has to conquer. One has to conquer someone. And that's how it is. We're all sitting next to each other. And unless we conquer each other, each other's hearts, by doing something that we really love, unless we do that, we'll never have deep, deep friendships. But that's what this movement is for deep, real friendships. Okay, thank you so much. I'll leave you with that. Oh, Sydney, I'm in transit, zooming through Sydney very fast. So I thought, since I've come so short, I should say something with a little impact, a strong statement. So that's what I tried to do. Any question, any comment?
Just a question regarding yesterday's initiation class. During the class you mentioned Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj and how we need Jap Puja and slowly giving up all of the identities. He also mentioned that he gave up his initiated names and things like that, but we're often told that we should keep these names very dear to our heart because they help us remember our spiritual master.
Sure. No, of course, these were dear to him, but he could see that these were also temporary identities. Now that he was leaving, he also understood that he was, that he had been Ganesham, but that soon he would no more be Ganesham. And he also realized that he was Bhakti Tirtha Swami, but that soon he would no longer be Bhakti Tirtha Swami. That's what he was realizing. So in that way, he was saying goodbye. He was, as he said, die before dying. In Beggar number 4, he wrote 4 books in a series called The Beggar. And in Beggar number 4, it's dedicated to die before dying, which is a Vedic principle, right? Sannyas, taking sannyas after marriage is like dying, right? You know, when you take sannyas and you do the traditional yajna, you're supposed to begin with a Shraddha ceremony. And, you know, and who are you doing it for? For yourself. You're actually chant all the mantras for offering, benedictions on behalf of the deceased ancestors, and you put your own name there. You know, that's what you have to do traditionally. I was there at Krishna Kshetra Maharaj's sannyas, and I reminded him of that. He liked it. So that was the spirit, of. Not that it was that these names were not dear to him; they were very dear to him, because, as you say, a gift of Prabhupada. But realizing very well, just a few more days, and it will be all gone. So to think like that sometimes, this planet is referred to as Mrityu-loka, the planet of death. The demigods are looking down upon this planet as like look at those creatures. Look at those creatures. They live so short. And they have to do everything in these tiny little lives. Just as we're looking at these insects that live only one night, and to do everything in one night. Take birth, grow up, have children, grow old, and then die all in one night. I mean, is it worth it? So the demigods are looking at these human beings like that, like this, they have such little lives. Is it even worth it? And they try so hard. Is it worth it? So to say goodbye to these identities, that was Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj's mood. I can relate to it very much. Yeah, so bye-bye, Kadambakananda Swami. Soon enough, right? The wet gover and the dry gover. Cowden, wet cowden, dry cowden. The wet cowden is laughing at the dry cowden. You're going in the fire. Yeah, wait a while, you'll be going in the fire very soon yourself. You're just drying. And then you'll go in as well. Everyone goes in the fire. So, bye-bye, all these identities. That was Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj. He never gave up the name. Until his last breath. He kept that name, of course. Still he was saying goodbye to the personality, to the role. You're here, now you're dressed up in this way. So many years ago you were maybe in a university dressed up like a student. Right? And now you're not that student anymore. One day you'll be not this also. Who are you? Who are you really? Yeah. Well, then, when the carpet gets pulled from underneath of us, then all we can do is think about about what will stay. In this temporary world, the carpet can be pulled from under us. So we should at least somewhere take shelter in what stays, the eternal. Okay. Temporaries. So many people have the carpet pulled from under them. I had a few carpets pulled from under me, and I'm sure others can tell a few magic carpet stories. I had such a beautiful magic carpet. It was like, and then Vrindavan, I could stay for a lifetime. Dedicated there, my service, best temple in the world, best place to be. What's better than serving in Vrindavan? I had that. Bang! Ouch! Life goes on. And Krishna's still there. And devotional service is still there. So do something for Krishna. Can cry over the carpet. Oh, my carpet. Yeah, for a while, but not too long. Let's do something for Krishna. Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to the airport and I'll see you again next time I fly into town. Bye-bye. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Yes. Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Gopidhanara Jaya Girivaradari Jaya Girivaradari. Jaya Gopidhanara Jaya Girivaradari Jaya Girivaradari. Jaya Yasodhanandana Jaya Bhajanandarana Jaya Yasodhanandana Jaya Bhajanandarana. Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Kunja Bihari. Yamuna Tira Vachari Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari. Jaya Gopidhanara Jaya Girivaradari Jaya Girivaradari. Jaya Yasodhanandana Jaya Bhajanandarana. Jaya Yasodhanandana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Kunda Bihari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Kunda Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunda Bihari Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunda Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunda Bihari. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Shiva Prabhupada. Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Sri Sri Radha Gopinath ki jai, Ananta Kuri Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai, Nitai Gaura Premanande. Bhagavad Gita, if there is, just ask somebody. Is there a Bhagavad Gita somebody local can get? Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Pass it from him to him. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. You didn't follow the melody. You just did your own melody. What to do? Ananyacheta satatam yomam smarati nichasaha tasya hamsulabha parta nityayuktasya yogina. For one who always remembers me without deviation, I'm easy to obtain, O son of Prita, because of his constant engagement in devotional service. This verse especially describes the final destination attained by the unalloyed devotees who serve the Supreme Personality of Godhead in Bhakti Yoga. Previous verses have mentioned 4 different kinds of the devotees: the distressed, the inquisitive, those who seek material gain, and the speculative philosophers. Different processes of liberation have also been described: Karma Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and Hatha Yoga. The principles of these yoga systems have some bhakti added, but this verse particularly mentions pure bhakti yoga without any mixture of jnana, karma or hatha, as indicated by the word ananya chetaha. In pure bhakti yoga, the devotee desires nothing but Krishna. A pure devotee doesn't desire promotion to heavenly planets, nor does he seek oneness with the Brahma Jyotir or salvation or liberation from material entanglement. A pure devotee does not desire anything. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, the pure devotee is called Niskama, which means he has no desire for self-interest. Perfect peace belongs to him alone, not to them who strive for personal gain. Whereas a Jnana Yogi, Karma Yogi, or Hatha Yogi has his own self-interest. A perfect devotee has no desire other than to please the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Therefore the Lord says that for anyone who is unflinchingly devoted to Him, He is easy to attain. Purport continues, but we'll first speak. Om Jnanatimanandasya Jnanandana Salakaya Shakshurun Minitam Yena Tasmai Sri Guruve Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Tadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaisnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadutam Parijana Saitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Sivisakam Vitam Scha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesa Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Visabhanu Sutadevi Pranamami Hari Priye vanchakalpatarubhyacha kripa sindhubhya eva cha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Shri Krsna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So to always remember Krishna without deviation, it means that we got to remember Krishna directly, and it means that we have to remember Krishna by things that are connected to him. It said, Aradhanam sarvesham Vishnu aradhanam param tasmat param devi tadiyanam samarchanam. Lord Shiva, speaking to Parvati in the Padma Purana, says that of all the worship of Vishnu aradhanam param, worship of Vishnu, that is the supreme. This thing is feedback. So who is the controller of the sound system? The Vishnu aradhanam param, but even tasmat parataram, even greater than that, is tadiyanam samarchanam, to worship the tadiya, to worship those things that are related to Krishna. And why is it so? Because those things are fulfilling Krishna's desires. Those things or personalities are meant to fulfill Krishna's desires. And Krishna is more pleased to see when we are in this way fulfilling his desires in the world than if we turn to him directly. Just as in serving the spiritual master, one can be very eager to put something on his plate. We say, like, but how many things can go on a plate of one person anyway, right? It's like, yesterday I got only, how much was it, 30 perhaps? I think it was 30, right? Approximately, or 35, I'm not sure. 30. You were not there. Yeah, he's a bluffer. Excuse me. No, whatever it was, around about 30. And it's like, it didn't fit on one plate. I had 2 big plates, plus many trays around it and bowls, and I was looking at it, and everything was delicious. And I thought, if I would have spread this out over 1 week, it would have been really wonderful. But in one meal, how am I going to deal with this? So a teaspoon of every prep kind of thing was still a bit much. But it was filled with love and devotion. So when it is about serving what goes on the plate, that's limited what can be done. Maybe 30 will be possible, but 50 would have been deadly. That would have been the end, you know. The line would have come on the screen, you would have seen the titles, you know, and the movie would have ended with Kadambakananda Swami's funeral. So that is not really what we want. So if one wants to serve Srila Prabhupada, he was most pleased if people would serve him in his mission. Because what was he living for? Yare deke tara kaha Krishna upadesh. Amara gyaye guru haya tara desh. To somehow or other, give everyone in the world Krishna consciousness. Just as Prabhupada used to quote this verse from the Chaitanya Charitamrita more than any other verse from the Chaitanya Charitamrita. Bharata bhumite hoilo manushya janma jara janma sartaka kara para upakara. Whoever takes his birth in the land of Bharat must somehow or other give this transcendental knowledge, these teachings to others. And how to do it? How to do it? People ask me this question, and last night they also asked me this question, how to do it, especially to Western people, because, like Indians, if you say Bhagavad Gita, they already go like, yes, yes, Bhagavad Gita, yes. So it is easy if you present to them, right? But to a Westerner goes, Bhagavad Gita, can you eat it? I mean, what is it, right? Some sort of exotic preparation. I mean, there is no cultural connection. Yes. So then how to present it? Well, Prabhupada had the same problem, because he also happened to come from India. He came from India. And believe it or not, he came by ship, right, all the way to New York, and there at the Boston Pier, he saw that people were engaged in so many illicit activities, meat eating, gambling, intoxication, illicit sex, all the things that the Bhagavatam is condemning. And Prabhupada was thinking, what am I going to say to them? And he prayed like that. He wrote a prayer called Markine Bhagavad Dharma, and in that prayer he was exactly praying like that. How am I going to convince these people? No. Impossible. How can I do it? And then he finally said, I don't know what to say. I don't know what I can say to convince them. Prabhupada was getting ready to do it. We think about it and think, no, it's impossible. Prabhupada was getting ready to do it. He was also thinking, it's impossible. But somehow or other, how can I do it? He was thinking, there's nothing I can say to convince them. Nothing. Then he thought, all I can do is repeat your words. And then in the song he begins to repeat the Bhagavatam. Srinvata swakata krishnam punya sravana kirtanam hridyantasto hiyabadrani vidunati saritstam. So some of you might know what a vidunati is, but some of you may not know. But in the India of yesterday, right, it used to be a practice that before the winter there would be these people walking around the street, and they would carry a bow with a string, and the string would make a deep sound, something like quite loud through the streets, and you hear them walking and go like aha, 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 aha. People knew what to do. They would go into the house, get their quilts, which they had stored away during the hot season. They brought out the quilts, and the man would take the quilts, and with his bow he would fluff up all the cotton. See the vibration of the sound. The cotton, which was all caked together from a whole winter, from last winter, and from being packed away, etc., had lost its fluffiness, and and instead of buying a new one, no, the man comes, and it's all fluffed up really nicely. Everything that was caked together now came loose. So it is by sound vibration. By sound vibration that all the things that are caked in your heart, right, that have been stuck there for a long time, and they come loose by the sound of the holy name. It shakes up everything, and it all starts to come out, and then we can deal with it, right? So it is in this way, by transcendental sound, Shinvata swakata Krishnam punya savana kirtanam ridyantasto yabadrani. This transcendental sound enters into the heart and creates all auspiciousness there. Ridyantasto hi abadrani. Anything inauspicious is removed from the heart. Like this. Vidunati surit satam. And in this way, we will come to the truth. So it is like that. Transcendental hearing, hearing somehow or other. Transcendental chanting. Chanting means hearing. Prabhupada said, attentive chanting. Attentive chanting, that's a difficult thing, attentive chanting. Have you tried? Hare Krishna, going to planet Mars, Hare Krishna, a little walk on the moon, Hare Krishna, going everywhere in the stars, Hare Krishna, and back on the ground, bills to pay, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. And like this, the mind goes all over the place while we are chanting. But Prabhupada said, attentive chanting means to hear ourselves chanting. So such a simple thing. Right? If just we hear ourselves chanting, then you automatically chant attentively. It's very brilliant. Because if you try to capture the mind, how can you capture the mind? So I have to chant attentively. It's like a bar of soap under the shower. You try to catch the thing and it just jumps all over the shower. Difficult to catch. But by hearing, we are hearing. By hearing, we get purified. Yes, and just like the fire engine or the ambulance is racing down the road with great speed, everyone pulls over to the side because now it's important. It's the cutting edge. It's a matter of life and death. Everybody to the side. Right now, this traffic has to pass somehow or other. Make way. It's the cutting edge. That's not the cutting edge. Life and death, who said life and death is the cutting edge? Life and death is a boring thing. It happens again and again. We've done it so many times. It's like again and again. It's like, I'm dying. Yeah, not again. Gosh, how many times are you going to do this, I mean, you've already died zillions and trillions of times, and even more than that, and now you're going to do it again? Come on, when are you going to stop this? Dying again? Yes. Dying again, taking birth again. We're doing this again and again, birth and death. That's not the cutting edge at all. No. The cutting edge is to serve Krishna or not serving Krishna. Devotional service, that is the cutting edge. When devotees drive through the streets, we should have sirens and everyone should move over to the side. Right? Because here comes devotional service. Yes, move over. This is the cutting edge. This is what life is all about. Now we come to the essence. All illusions disappeared. The cutting edge, devotional service. Like this. Yes. This is where it gets important. Not life and death. Oh my God, now. Yes, it is almost, my grandfather is dying. Of course he's dying. He's 88. What do you expect? Yeah, it's like, what do you expect, right? It's, we die again and again. But that, Prabhupada says, Bhagavad Gita says, Vasamsya janani yata vihaya. It's a change of dress. I saw you all yesterday, but everyone, I hope everyone, is wearing a new dress. And it's like that, right? Look a little different from yesterday, a little different color, right? So like that, different image, like that. Change of dress, that's all. Nothing more. Prabhupada said the body is dead matter. It's dead matter. It's never alive. It seems to be alive when the soul is inside, but it is actually not alive. It's the soul that's alive. And when the soul leaves the body not alive, but the soul is still alive. So therefore, death is considered completely meaningless. So all these sirens and so on, for the wrong things. For the wrong things. So society doesn't have the right understanding. Bhagavad Gita is saying exactly like that, right? To Arjuna, who is getting upset about the impending death of family members in the battlefield of Kurukshetra, and Krishna says, Asuchanam asuchastam pragyavadam chabasasi gatasumna gatasumstam nanususati pandita. You are mourning for what is not worthy of grief. Right? This is not befitting a learned man like you. Right? Oh, nowadays, that would be strange to say that, because, matters of birth and death are very serious. Oh, really? These are very serious things. That's when everybody, even the jolliest of the jolliest, gets serious. Of course, some people, they are transcendental. Our Sridhar Maharaj was originally from Canada. He was a strong man, and in his youth he used to be a wrestler also for some time. Then he joined Prabhupada, and he went with Prabhupada to India, and he stayed in Juhu in those early days, developing the land in Juhu. And he was a brahmachari, and he decided, well, most are going to get married, but some are going to stay brahmacharis, and I think I'm going to stay a brahmachari. So he stayed a brahmachari for many years, and in 1975 he took sannyas. And as happens more often with men who were like strong and muscular in their youth, when they get older they gain some weight. These muscles turn into some fat here and there. He had a bit of a belly. So one time I met Maharaj in Vrindavan. I was the temple president, and he came to Vrindavan for a visit, and he was walking in the corridor in the Vrindavan guest house, temple guest house. The corridors in the Vrindavan temple guest house are not very wide. So he was coming from one side like this, and I tried to go past, so I said, Haribol Maharaj, and I was busy, so I was trying to go past. He took one step aside, and I bounced into his belly. And it was powerful. There was a lot of muscle inside. And he just moved it, and I flew against the wall. Then he pinned me against the wall. And he said, Karma Kanda Jnana Kanda Kevala Bishra Bandha, which is, I recognized it from a verse of Narottam Das Thakur, and it said, if you do these activities of Karma Kanda, rituals for material enjoyment, or if you are into impersonal liberation, these are simply pots of poison. So I stood there pinned against the wall, and I was thinking, oh, he means to say, don't be so impersonal. So I said, how are you, Maharaj? So I got to say something. Huh? And he said, yes, when you meet a sadhu, you should take some time, to speak to the sadhu. He said, yes, Maharaj. Anyway, over the years, I met Maharaj again and again, and at one point we heard that Maharaj had a liver problem. So I went to, and he was staying in Mumbai near the Bhaktivedanta Hospital at Mira Road in a flat. So I went to visit him. And when I came there to the flat, there was a poster on the door, or a sheet of paper, and with a schedule. And had a full schedule for the whole day. This time getting up, this time japa, this time kirtan, this time lecture. And it wasn't just Mangalartik and up to Bhagavatam class, it just continued. So hour break, then we have an hour Bhagavatam discussion. Then at 12 o'clock we have some bhajans, and 1 o'clock we have a little break, and then 1:30 we have lunch, then at 3 o'clock we start again, and then 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock. The whole day was booked out with hearing and chanting. So I came in and I said, well, Maharaj, quite a schedule you have there, quite a schedule. He said, yeah. He said, otherwise people just talk about my liver all day, Very transcendental and very, very practical. So he just spent his time. Whoever came had to follow the schedule. That was it. So when I came, it was just bhajan time. So he said, so can you sing Sri Rupa Manjari Pada? I said, well, I don't know. It's not I don't usually do it. He said, anyway, you can do. He gave me the songbook. Sri Rupa Manjari Pada Se Mura Sampada, and so on. I did for Maharaj's pleasure. And then he was worshipping Lord Nrsingadev. And I said, Maharaj, why are you worshipping Lord Nrsingadev? He had this Shila, Nrsingadev Shila, with like big mouth and huge teeth, etc., like kind of intense. I said, Maharaj, why Lord Nrsingadev? Why not just some Radha Krishna, something sweet, No, he said, I'm worshipping Lord Nrsingadev so that I will become fearless of death. So that was impressive, because here was like a very senior sannyasi, and he wasn't saying, I am fearless of death. He was saying, so that I will become fearless of death. So that impressed me. He said, he is very humble, he is very honest, and he is very much taking shelter of Krishna. So in this way, he was worshipping Lord Nrsingadev. Then it got a little better for some time, but he is still not okay. And he came and visited Vrindavan, and we were going to Rath Yatra in Delhi. I remember that the police had put these barricades on the road, like they do in India, these sort of metal fences on wheels, and they blocked the road actually, so we couldn't drive to the chariot. So Maharaj says, no problem, I'll fix that. And he just walked up, took one of the barriers in one hand and just threw it away, took the other one, threw it away, and then he smiled at the policeman who was standing next to it. Got back in the car and we drove through. He did nice. Then we came to the chariot. He stood before the chariot. They gave him a microphone. He gave a 2-minute lecture in Hindi, how actually the government is stealing you blind, and you are simply and you're simply wasting your life with all these material things and so on, and the goal of life is simply to chant Hare Krishna. He taught everything in 2 minutes, and people, big applause, especially about the government stealing them blind. And so his lecture was a big success. And then he led one kirtan. He just did Prabhupada's pranam mantra. Namo Om Vishnu Padaya, a very high nasal voice, and one round, and finally one round of Hare Krishna, and then he stopped his kirtan. That was it. And he left. He had done Rath Yatra. The next time I saw him, he was not well. He came to Mayapur and he was quite ill. And by then, liver was failing, and there was a lot of, his belly was all swollen up, was huge. He was lying on a bed and there was a big belly. So we were all standing around the bed and looking at the belly, and someone went up to the belly and touched it. Maharaj opened his eyes and said, "It's a boy." Then somehow or other he managed to do the Abhishek of the Panchatattva installation in those last days. Anyway, some days after that, he told his servant, he said to his servant, "Today I'm going to leave my body." And the servant said, "Maharaj, don't be so pessimistic. You know, maybe you'll actually get better." He said, "No, today I'm going to leave." And he did. He left his body that day. He was totally relaxed, totally fearless, totally relaxed. One devotee who met him just before told me that in a final conversation, Maharaj said, "You know, I've been a good boy." And when you've been a good boy, or a good girl for that matter, right? Yes, then you can look Krishna in the face. Then you can go before Krishna without any fear. Then what is the need to be afraid of death? We're only afraid of death because we've been sinful. And because we think that now it's paytime, you know, what's going to happen now, right? What if I'm going to be held accountable for what I've done? But if you have lived a pure life, nothing to worry, then one can simply go. Therefore he was fearless, completely fearless, because he had been a good boy. Indra Maharaj also went to say goodbye to him, and he had to leave, and that was a few days before he left. And just then Maharaj was in the shower. So Indra Maharaj is knocking on the door and saying, "Hurry up, Swami, hurry up, you know. I gotta go. I got a flight to catch. I have to leave, you know. And, you know, I want to say goodbye to you. It's the last time I'm going to see you. Come on, come out of that bathroom." So Sridhar Maharaj, he's under the shower. He just opened the door and said, "Come in." So they said goodbye like that, you know, while he is in the shower. And Indra Maharaj left a donation for him and then left to get his flight. So utterly fearless, so utterly confident that Krishna will somehow or other protect me, so utterly transcendental. That is a devotee. So relying on Krishna. And then everything is fine, and then it doesn't matter anymore where we are, what is going on. Krishna is there. And he is our well-wisher. Krishna is always with us. So whatever is happening is Krishna's plan, and it is all right. Everything is fine. That is the amazing consciousness of a Vaishnava. And in that stage, what else is there to remember but Krishna? But in so many different ways. Krishna, we remember Krishna by thinking of the deity of Krishna. Or we remember Krishna by thinking of the pastimes of Krishna. We remember Krishna by hearing a kirtan. We remember Krishna by his pure devotees. When we remember Prabhupada, you also remember Krishna. Automatically, because they're inseparable. So in this way, so many ways to remember Krishna. When we think of Prasad, Sridhar Maharaj, one thing, he told Jayadvaita Maharaj once, who is on the skinny side, and he said, "Why is it that these skinny men are so advanced?" Yeah? He liked his prasadam. Right? He really did. He loved his prasadam. Ah, yes. And even when it was forbidden sometimes, eat some things that were not on the list. You know what I mean? Yes, why not? We are a personalist movement. Prasadam we can relish. That is wonderful. That is Krishna. So many ways to remember Krishna. It's not artificial. Oh my God, now I have to remember Krishna all the time. Krishna. What are you doing? I'm trying to remember Krishna. Shh, don't talk. When you laugh so loud, I can't concentrate on Krishna. No, just somehow. We just have to discover more ways to remember Krishna. We have to see Krishna everywhere. If we study the Bhagavatam helps us to see Krishna everywhere. The Bhagavatam is describing the creation. And it's not just describing the creation, but it describes how Krishna is part of every stage of the creation. He's there, he expands himself, and then he's dealing with it personally. So it's not just, that, and God wanted that there was a world, and the world was. Not like that, No, it's like he expanded himself and he manifests universe from the pore holes of his body, right? It's like as Mahavishnu. Things like that, he gets involved with it personally. He enters as Kshirodakshaya Vishnu in every atom. In every atom, in the heart of every living being. He's there. So in this way, Krishna is the Bhagavatam shows us how Krishna is present everywhere, and how in that way you can see Krishna everywhere. One can see Krishna, or one can see Krishna's energy. But if we see the energy as Krishna's energy, then, yes, just like when I see, when I know someone well and I know what kind of shoes they have, then I can see the shoes. Oh, they're here. Yes, they are here. They're already in the temple room. I know it because the shoes are standing outside. Yeah, I know those shoes. Right? You're trying to scare me, is it? Nice, yes. Nice. Yes, so this is how we remember Krishna. By recognizing how everything is connected with Krishna. Like that we see Krishna. And like that we can remember Krishna all the time. See, otherwise, how can we do it? Get a knot in your brain, they do a brain scan and they find there's a knot in your brain, right? Just as some people, they put a knot in their handkerchief, trying not to forget Krishna. So we put a knot in our brain, trying to remember Krishna. No, not like that. Very naturally, Krishna is everywhere. And that is what we learn from Srimad Bhagavatam, how to see Krishna everywhere. I'm supposed to stop at 12:30, which is in 2 minutes, and the Pujari will come out, so if there is one question, I'll try to answer it. I don't remember. Sorry. No, I just don't remember. Usually he is good at saying at one-liners, but I can't remember what he said. When he was in New York and a policeman came up and said, "What is it that you monks have to give up?" Maharaj simply said, "Suffering." so usually he's good at one word or one liner at the right time, but I just can't remember what he said. Yes. When the soul leaves the body, what will the soul remember? Yam yam vapi smaram bhavam charati anta kalevaram. So whatever state of being one attains at the end of life, that will go with us and will determine the next destination. So it says the bhav. So sometimes it's thought the last thought. We're just talking about that with someone. Imagine, you're walking in the park and there's a cockatoo and it's screaming its head off, as they do. I know, because my former wife, she got a gift from Bhavananda once, a cockatoo in Mayapur. And then we had this cockatoo in the room. We lived in a room. And it was sitting on a door. It ate half the door. Tell me about cockatoos, I know them. And they scream, right? So what if a cockatoo screams and you see it and you think, my God, you screaming cockatoo, and you drop dead on the ground? Are you going to be a screaming cockatoo? That's the question. What do you think? Krishna's not that mean, The answer is no. It's and just one last story. Ramanujacharya had a disciple who could hear the deity speak. So Ramanuja said, next time, ask the deity a question and say, what happens to a devotee who doesn't remember Krishna at the end of his life? Then the deity said, then I remember him. Okay, with that, we can now turn to the deities. Hare Krishna. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Just leave it.
Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine. Saraswati Devi Gaurava
and should be ready to go forward to respect others. In such a state of mind, I can chant the holy name of the Lord constantly. O Almighty Lord, I have no desire to commit wealth, nor do I desire your punya, nor do I want any number of followers. I only want your also devotion service birth after birth. O Son of Radha Krishna, I am your eternal servitor. Yet somehow or other I fall into the ocean of birth and death. Please pick me up from the ocean of death and place me in one of the atmosphere of the street. Oh my Lord, when all my architecture is tears of love, when constantly when I chant your holy name, when all my voice shook up, and when all the hairs of my body stand immense cessation of your name. Oh Govinda, feeling of separation, I am considering moments to let go of tears of more. Tears are flowing from my eyes like torrents of rain, and I am feeling all he shall reach us. Even if hands be occupied in grace, or makes a broken heart by not being present before me. He is completely free to do anything and everything, for his also no worshipful Lord and condition of evil.
Hare Krishna. May not work. Okay, I forget it this. I can't use it. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopidhanava Girivaradari Yasodanana Brajadana Ranjana Slowly. Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Shri Prabhupada ki jai, Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Harinam Sankirtan Yagya ki jai, Ananta Koti. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Sri Gauranga. All glories to Shri Prabhupada. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya.
Reading from Srimad Bhagavatam, first canto, chapter 7. The son of Drona punished, text number 40. Sutta vacha evam pariksata dharma parta krishnena chodita naichadantum guru suttam jajjapi atmanam mahan sutta vacha evam pariksata dharmam partha krishnena chodita naitadantam guru suttam yadyapyat mahanam mahan sutta vacha evam pariksata dharmam partha krishnena chodita naichadantam guru suttam yatyapyat mahanam mahan
Evam parikshata dharmam Partha Krishnena chodita Naichadantum guru suttam Yadyapi atmanam mahan Sutta vacha Evam parikshata dharmam Partha Krishnena chodita Naichadantum guru suttam Yadyapi atmanam mahan.
Ladies.
Sutta vacha
Evam parikshata dharmam Partha Krishnena chodita Naichadantum guru suttam Yadyapi atmanam mahan. Sutta vacha evam parikshata dharmam Partha Krishnena chodita Naichadantum guru suttam Yadyapi atmanam mahan.
Sutta Goswami Uvacha said, Evam, this, Pariksata, being examined, Dharmam, in the matter of duty, Partha, Shri Arjuna, Krishnena, by Lord Krishna, Choditaha, being encouraged, Naicha, did not like, Hantam, to kill, Guru Shutam, the son of his teacher, Yadyapi, although, Atmahanam, murderer of sons, Mahan, very great. Sutta Goswami said, although Krishna, who was examining Arjuna in religion, encouraged Arjuna to kill the son of Dronacharya, Arjuna, a great soul, did not like the idea of killing him, although Aswatthama was a heinous murderer of Arjuna's family members. Purport. Arjuna was a great soul, undoubtedly, which is proved here also. He's encouraged herein personally by the Lord to kill the son of Drona. But Arjuna considers that the son of his great teachers should be spared, for he happens to be the son of Dronacharya, even though he's an unworthy son, having done all sorts of heinous acts whimsically for no one's benefit. Lord Sri Krishna encouraged Arjuna outwardly just to test Arjuna's sense of duty. It is not that Arjuna was incomplete in the sense of his duty, nor was Lord Krishna unaware of Arjuna's sense of duty. But Lord Sri Krishna put to test many of his pure devotees to magnify the sense of duty. The gopis were put to such tests as well. Prahlad Maharaj also was put to such a test. All pure devotees come out successful in the respective tests by the Lord. Om Ajnanatimarandasya Gyanandana Salakya Shakshuranminitam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. First of all, the verse is speaking about Arjuna was encouraged to kill, and he didn't want to kill. And killing is such a thing that it's usually all over the news as another drama that just took place. Someone started killing, and we just think, when will this madness stop? How long is this supposed to go on for? I mean, it is so sad that people are so ignorant that they kill. So now we are here discussing great spiritual personalities, and Arjuna is such a personality, and now we are speaking about he's supposed to kill. So this is a little bit bewildering in the times. Therefore, I feel I first have to state that, although most of us may be familiar with the Vedic context, and therefore we don't blink an eye when we read such a text. But still, I feel I should preface it a little bit. So, we should understand the situation. We should understand that Arjuna is a ruler. He's a member of a royal family. The royal family is not ruling through a system of bureaucracy, as we have nowadays, which is impersonal, where there are many rules, but you can never see the ruler in person. You can somehow or other, online is the best. Right? Put your application in online, so we don't even have to see your face, other than the one that you sent us in the picture, which has to be, by the way, exactly in the front, not allowed to smile, so that and no glasses, so that our computer can do perfect face recognition on it. But certainly we will not deal with you in person. Oh no. Bureaucracy, therefore, is the system of the day, the system of the coward who is hiding behind such an administrative system. How different is the Vedic culture when we're speaking about heroic people who would stand up for what was just. Oh yes, a person who was a heinous killer, like Aswatthama, the son of Drona, who had killed 5 boys in their sleep. Right. He was not to be spared, according to the system of law in the Vedic literature. Such a person. It is said that when in the Vedic literature, that every action has a reaction. The law of karma. So if a person is engaged in killing someone else, then there is so much karma being generated by that act, that the person will suffer over many, many lifetimes. However, if that person is punished by a just king, not just by anyone, but by an appropriate king who is adhering to principles of Dharma, then that person is actually in and is given a death penalty. Then that person is relieved from all that karma, which otherwise would have taken many, many lifetimes to burn up. Therefore, it is said, it comes to a point where this is required. Nowadays, in modern context, death penalty is a terrible thing. It should be stopped. It is cruel, and there are some advocates who are speaking in favor. And so the debate is going on, but it appears that the majority of the opinion is, no, this is too cruel. No, we should not take someone's life. It is because of our worldview, our outlook, our fundamental idea of what is the purpose of life. And the purpose of life, as we see it, is to enjoy in this world. This world is simply here for our enjoyment. It's a playground. Oh yes, it is. And there are many opportunities. Don't miss them. No, you would be a fool now that you can still enjoy to the fullest. Right? You can retire from it in old age when you really cannot anymore. But now, please do not waste your youth. Enjoy. Because that's the purpose of life. That's the purpose of the world. So, basically, that is the worldview that is predominant. It is even found in biblical history, where it is said that God created this world for people to enjoy. In Genesis, it is basically that statement is made. So Vedic literature doesn't exactly agree with that. Vedic literature is kind of taking a step back from this world and becomes an observer, the uninvolved observer. And the uninvolved observer is basically, what is he seeing? He's seeing that happiness and distress are alternating, just like waves, up and down, up and down. He sees, no matter what people's mentality is, happiness and distress are always alternating. So in this way, the uninvolved observer is seeing, what is the point? What is the point of working very hard and in trying to bring things under control? We have all this energy around us, nature at work, all these ingredients, and we can combine them in many beautiful combinations. Build buildings from natural ingredients. Make sofas from natural ingredients. Everything, natural ingredients. Even plastic is ultimately a natural ingredient because the source of it is natural, is material in nature. Because we cannot create anything out of nothing. That we cannot do. We can only take the ingredients from nature, manipulate them. So, in one sense, even plastic is a natural product, but a product that has been kind of modified by human interference and has its advantages and disadvantages, its happiness and distress. And what does not have in this world this duality included in it? Everything. It's a given. So the uninvolved observer is not seeing the point. is not seeing the point of working day and night, or only 12 to 14-hour days. The unobserved, the uninvolved observer does not see the need to expend so much facility. So yeah, but we do all these things out of love, you see. We do these things out of love because we love our family. That's why we do these things, you see. I mean, that is why we know it's not easy. We struggle, oh yes, we do. But we love our family. Yes, all right. But the world is overpopulated. No? They say, 9 billion, whatever it is, it's 7 billion, I forget the number. It's too many billions, right? They say. The world's overpopulated. So, why have more family? What's the point anyway? Says the uninvolved observer. Right? There's logic to what he says. The uninvolved observer is simply saying, why get involved? Right? Why get involved with all this complexity? Because, right? Sometimes they give these figures of what it costs to have a child, from birth to education until the kid is married, right? Or whatever, on its own. Megabucks, really, if you think about it. Serious money, right? I mean, not just a little. Heaps. Right, so what to do? So the Vedic literature, taking that position of the uninvolved observer, is basically saying, well, as we see it, we cannot really call this world a playground. That would not be the appropriate worldview. We cannot call it a playground because there is ample of suffering. And look, even if we would have a great time, like Sydney is sort of one of those cities in the world where the party never ends. It is like a place where people enjoy, right? Most of the time. Oh, Sydney Harbour, you haven't even realized the beauty of Bondi Beach, so many amazing places. Come on. Sydney, Opera House, unique in the world. It's like where you got something like that, really. And in the mood of Sydney, it's sort of like very cosmopolitan, open-minded city. It's sort of like fun city. When you write down 10 fun cities in the world. Yeah. A lot of you wouldn't write down Jakarta, right? But a lot of people would put Sydney in there. Oh yes, I think if we do a worldwide vote, together with Paris, probably New York, of course, and like LA maybe. Even Amsterdam might make it in there. London definitely, and Sydney, sort of click. Yeah, I think Sydney would be voted in as a fun city. Here we are. Yes, it is. It is. Playground. So, let's say, for argument's sake, Sydney is all fun. Whether that statement is true or not, that I leave up to you to decide. But today, for argument's sake, we say, Sydney is all fun, fun only. That's Sydney. Yeah? Yeah? You experiencing it? Yeah. All fun. That's okay. But then, there's only one little hiccup. Oh my, a hiccup in Sydney? Nah, can't be. Yes, it is. There's a hiccup in Sydney as well. What is it? The hiccup is Sydney is not eternal. No. Yes. shocking. That's terrible. Oh my God. What could happen? Anything can happen. Could be hit by a tsunami, could be hit by a quake, it could run out of water. Many great civilizations of the past have ceased to exist due to drought. It's possible. Or this terrible, terrible fireball from some forest fire could just land, and just ravage the city. Something like Rome, and Nero would be playing on his violin, somewhere in the city. The party would still go on while the city would be burning. All right, or the ultimate surf. The tsunami washes in, and there you go, on your boards, boys. This is the wave of your life. Probably the last one, but we're going out with a bang. Big time waves. All right, enough about Sydney and the illustrations. So the Bhagavatam. The Bhagavatam is giving us a very sober perspective about the world. The Bhagavatam is not written in the mode of passion. The mode of passion and the mode of excitement. Whoa, look at that. Look at that bike. Yeah, exciting. Ooh, look at that Maserati. Ooh, Maserati from Italy. Expensive, top dollar. Would you like to have a spin? Maybe. Yeah, so many enjoyments. Dress to kill. Yes. I love to be loved. Oh yes, I love to be loved. Yes, in competition with the Supreme Lord. Trying to be the center of the universe. Again, the uninvolved observer is unaffected. The uninvolved observer is simply regarding this world and saying, this place is not really, here we are not attaining the goal of life. Here we are not meant to endeavor for fulfillment. Here we're in a transit place. As you sit in a lounge waiting to catch a vehicle, a plane, a train, or whatever it is, and you're sitting in the lounge. Now, we can criticize the lounge and say, gosh, why they make such uncomfortable chairs, or like, is anyone going to clean the garbage, or, gosh, why they wait till the last moment, and we can criticize the whole operation. But if someone gets really serious about moving in and brings the sofa and a standing lamp, right, and sets it all up with a table and some little flower vase on it and a cup of tea, right, in a departure lounge, you go like me. Something weird going on today. We're just sort of camping out. We're not settling in. So yes, the material world is not a playground, it's a camping ground. That's what it is. We're basically camping here. That's all it is. Camp. Yeah, set up your camp somewhere around the block. We don't really live here. We don't live here. We're just camping out. That's what it is. Temporary residence. Chalega. Yes, temporary residence. Why bother to invest so much? This is the foundation of Vedic culture. Vedic culture is therefore not concerned so much with how to make the perfect situation. In Europe, one famous country is Switzerland, right? And what is it's famous for, that it is so clean, very nice. Everything is just nice white picket fences, nice boxes with flowers under the windows, and everything is new and everything is clean and everything is first class. So, which mode of nature would you think it is in? Goodness, you think, sattvic. Huh? No. Wrong. Failed the test miserably. Back to zero. It's the mode of passion. The whole thing is about the mode of passion. It is about making the material world so beautiful, perfect for enjoyment, you see. That's what it's about. It's the mode of passion that drives the whole thing. It's not the mode of goodness, you see. We've done it. Paradise on earth. We've got it. Swiss cheese, Swiss chocolate, Swiss bank account, Swiss passport, Swiss, done, right? And this is the mode of passion, because the mode of passion is simply trying to create a little paradise on earth, right? Like in Australia, a little similar. We call the British, we call them POMs, which means prisoner of Mother England, right? The guys that got stuck over there, I mean, they send the convicts to Australia, and hey, those convicts, they're doing great. They're having a party. They're enjoying like anything. And the suckers, the losers, are the POMs, They're still at home, prisoners of Mother England, sitting there in that drab country. Yes, POMs they are, right? That's the whole idea. And we've got paradise, That's the mode of ignorance. That's illusion. Illusion, passion and ignorance. We have. So, the Vedic literature is very sober and is giving us a very clear vision. So Arjuna is here as a warrior, not just a passionate muscle man who happens to be into martial arts, right? Not just some, one of those black belt guys who walking around flexing his muscles, or what Arjuna says his shirt, watch out, black belt, no. Arjuna is a very noble person. Arjuna is a very principled man. Arjuna is not living for his passions. Arjuna is living for a sense of duty. Arjuna is upholding duty. Arjuna is looking at keeping a social environment where the entire society gets uplifted. It's not what we got these days. Whatever we got these days is like a lot of confusion. So Arjuna is basing his life on Vedic knowledge. He's teaching it, he's upholding it, he's protecting it, and in this way, he is a warrior. Now, because Ashvatthama had acted in such a horrible way, killing 5 innocent children, and what can guarantee us that he won't do it again? Someone like that, you can't let them lose, right? So that was the first thing. And so there was a whole situation. The Pandavas were there, all the 5 Pandavas were there, Krishna was there, and they were divided. Draupadi said, no, I don't want to see him killed, because he's the son of our Guru, and I don't want to see his mother suffer as I'm suffering. It were her 5 sons that had been killed. The mother, her 5 sons have been killed. And she is like compassionate and say, no, don't kill him. Because I don't want, I don't want his mother to go what I am going through. Because his mother is an exalted personality. No, that I don't want to see. So she is very compassionate. Bhima is saying he should be killed. He's a murderer of innocent children. He should be killed. Definitely. Absolutely. Yudhisthira is swaying towards compassion. He's on the side of Draupadi. And Krishna, but Krishna says no. No. Arjuna, this is your duty. Justice has to be done. He's a murderer. Then, there is a rule. Murderers, no, he's a murderer. 5 innocent children. No, he should not be spared. So now Arjuna is there in the middle, and then Bhima says, if nobody makes up his mind here, if nobody will kill this culprit, I will do it myself. And Draupadi jumps in between and says, no, Bhima. So it's a big drama. And then, Krishna manifests 2 extra arms and gets in between Draupadi and Bhima and separates them. It's convenient, 4 arms. Separates them. And then Arjuna gets the final judgment. All right, Arjuna, what will you do now? You captured him. You defeated him. Therefore, it is your duty now to take action and nobody else. Arjuna, do your duty. Then Ashwatthama, who was the son of Dronacharya, a great Brahmana, Ashwatthama, who had been trained as a Brahmana and who was going through the world as a qualified Brahmana, Ashwatthama, as a Brahmana, had his hair, his long hair, tied in a top knot on his head. And in that top knot, Ashwatthama was wearing a jewel. Oh yes, there was a jewel on his head and everyone could see, oh, look at this illustrious Brahmana. Oh, look at him. Yes, blink, blink, blink. Visible for all to be seen. Then Arjuna did the most terrible thing. No, what did he do? He pulled his sword and he raised it and just swung it at a great speed. And in one blow, cut the jewel off Ashwatthama's head. And with that, he killed him and he didn't kill him. Just see. He killed him. He killed his reputation. He killed his identity. Ashwatthama was no more. No more jewel, no more reputation. He was an outcast. He was no longer a Brahmana. Socially just an outcast. Right there and then. It was terrible. It was terrible to be so humiliated, a Brahmana. It was really inconceivable, but that's what happened. Ashwatthama was treated for what he was, a low-class man, an animal, right, and sent out. So, in this way, Arjuna resolved the issue, and that was an amazing way to resolve it. So it's very interesting because we can see that Arjuna was not a fundamentalist. Here's the order of the Supreme Lord. The Supreme Lord has expressed the desire he should be killed. The Lord, holy war, cut the heads, attack, 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 in the name of religion, kill, 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 it is my duty. No, that was not Arjuna. Arjuna used his brain. He deeply reflected. He was a person who was thoughtful. He was not passionate. Got the order, cut the head, bang, done. Right? Yeah. perfectly bona fide, because the order of the supreme authority, can't find a better one than that. Anyone wants to argue with that? Supreme Lord ordered it. Then, you want to argue with that? Your head's next to him. No, he deeply, deeply thought. It's not just this one instruction. That must be fulfilled. That is clear. But I must see it in the context of the entire desire of the Supreme Lord. As he expressed it, it must make sense, it must be consistent, it must be coherent, it cannot just be one act. No, it's part of a whole understanding. So in great depth Arjuna contemplated, and in great depth he acted. And then he acted in an enlightened way, and did fulfill the instruction, and yet also fulfilled the compassionate spirit. That is the appropriate way. So we also we may have a wonderful philosophy. We may think that it's the best. Everybody thinks their philosophy is the best, otherwise you would go do something else. But we have good reasons, we have a whole list of arguments. I mean, we can present why we think we have the best philosophy, and so on, that this is the truth and nothing but the truth. All right, we have the truth. But how are we going to behave with the truth? Are we going to raise our sword? Are we going to try and smash the world? Are we going to, prove everybody wrong? Are we just going to establish our superiority? Or are we going to be controlled? Are we going to embody noble qualities like Arjuna, who through his noble nature conquered? All the philosophy in the world cannot even convince your own children. You can try to bring up your kids with a great philosophy, and we wish you well, but it won't work unless you are a noble person. If you are a noble person, if you're an amazing personality, then the kids will be impressed and then say, my father, my mother, they were such amazing people. They were actually into Krishna consciousness. I was recently in Mauritius, and I was invited for some interview on the national television, and the interviewer, he was from an Indian background, but an Indian family who lived in Zimbabwe. Right. And then in Zimbabwe the situation became very difficult so many years ago that his parents left Zimbabwe and went to Mauritius when he was 10. And it said at that time he had to integrate into this country, and they speak this language, Creole, which is some mixture of some sort of simplified French, and it was difficult. So anyway, there was a school teacher, and this school teacher used to tutor kids at home. And a whole bunch of kids would be there in his house, always that he was tutoring. So, since he had difficulties with the language, he also got tutoring and so on. And then this teacher had the habit that whatever kid came to the house, they would get a full meal. A full meal. And he's describing all this and how nice the teacher was. And then he said, yeah, this teacher also was connected with Hare Krishna, actually. As soon as we heard that, we understood what was going on. It was prasadam. The teacher was doing prasadam distribution. And any kids, that was his preaching, any kid come to the house getting full plate of prasadam. That was what was going on. And of course, the interviewer didn't know that. He just thought it. But he said, this teacher, he said, is such an amazing person. Right? He had so much influence in my life. He said, like, you know, that teacher, he was really, the most inspiring man I ever met. That was basically his mood. Well, you know, the interview, it was a breeze, you know, it was like, I'm coming in, I'm sitting down, camera, background, you know, everything is there. And he says, you know, maybe we should move your chair a little closer. You know, I don't want it to be impersonal, right? I like it to be personal. Good beginning for a devotee. That already started good. You know, he liked it to be personal. Then he has all these favorable questions and this and that, and you know. And at the end, you know, it was just the last shot was I took his hand and I said, I thank you so much. I said, this was more than an interview today. I said, today I feel I met a friend, you know, and that was the end of the whole thing. But it was just like, you know, it's just, he was a devotee, but he didn't know. And therefore, but somehow or other, his teacher, with his noble behavior, had made him a devotee. Although he didn't know he was one, he was. He behaved like one, simply because of his noble teacher. So ultimately, if we want to spread this movement, if we want this wonderful philosophy to really turn into a wonderful way of life, because there's a big difference between a wonderful philosophy and a wonderful way of life, then the challenge is for us to become noble personalities. Well, that was it this morning, and good luck with all of that. I wish you well. And, you know, yeah, there's many a slip between the cups and the lip. So, how to be a noble person, that is the question, which I will not answer this morning, but that I'm sending you home with, basically. That's your homework. Any questions? Any comments?
Later on in the Bhagavatam, we hear about Ashwatthama becoming the next Vyasa. So how is it such a character that able to get such a qualified position?
So it is said that Ashwatthama, he left. Ashwatthama was an interesting personality. Being the son of Dronacharya, who was a great, exalted Brahminical teacher. Remember, Dronacharya had even taken on the son of Drupada. Although Drupada was his enemy, Drupada had done a sacrifice to get a son who could kill Drona. And Drona is teaching him the art of military science. Although that son is predicted to kill him. Think of Drona. Why did Drona do that? Because he was a Brahmana and it was his duty to teach, and he happened to be teaching military science, so he taught him. Drona was such a noble, was very dedicated to spiritual principles. He had some weaknesses also, but still exalted. His son was not an ordinary person. His son also had been invested with a lot of training, a lot of education by his qualified father, who had planted all this good instruction in him, and who had engaged him in many purifying activities and so on. So all that benefit was there. Then on the other side, somehow or other the son became carried away and became very hateful of the Pandavas and this, that, and tried to revenge the death of his father. His father had been killed by some trick, and therefore he was very angry and wanted to take revenge. So he should not have had that kind of anger. He should have had the Brahminical quality of forgiveness. So Asvatthama had been punished. His jewel had been cut off his head. So Asvatthama left that place and roamed around the earth. But it is not that Asvatthama was just wandering and wandering and wandering and just roaming like an outcast, and having no. Asvatthama realized he had made the greatest mistake. Therefore Asvatthama decided that all he could do was perform great austerity in order to purify himself. Somehow or other, we see that the Mahabharata pastimes are somehow or other also touching Vraj. Because we see that in Vraj, in the 12 forests of Vrindavan, in Kamyavan, there are residences where the Pandavas resided. And there are palaces and so on, and pastimes that took place there. For example, that one with the plate, Draupadi's plate, and Durvasa Muni, and the meal, and and all the plate that could provide unlimited prasad, but whatever, then it was the Akshay Patra, then it was too late. Because after she had eaten, they came, then it didn't work, that all happened there in Kamyavan. So, it is mentioned that Asvatthama went also to Kamyavan, and that he's still there today, performing austerities in Kamyavan. So, after all that austerity, he'll again become purified, because no contamination is eternal. So one can become purified. So he again becomes purified. And because of the otherwise very exalted qualities he had, therefore he attains, in the end, such an exalted position. It's like you had John F. Kennedy Jr., not the president, but the son of the president. So there's a very interesting karma, because this person was born in one of the wealthiest family, extremely rich, right? But as a kid, his father is shot dead in front of his eyes, right? He's 10 years old. Anyway, life goes on, and he is just living in all this wealth and all this opulence, and then when he's age 35, he is flying a plane and he plunges into the ocean and he drowns and dies. Now look at his karma. On the one hand, he had super good karma, incredibly good karma, he got all this wealth, and on the other hand, quite bad karma. Right? Father killed in front of his eyes, drowning in the oceans at 35 is pretty bad. Bad karma. So a combination of very good and very bad karma. Look at Asvatthama like that. Combination of very good and very bad karma. Yeah. So that's also a little bit there in us. We have the good karma, Australia, Sydney, fun city, and at the same time. What about the bad karma side? Do we have that also? Maybe. Anyway, the uninvolved observer chants Hare Krishna, and in that way has no worries, because he's a Vaikuntha man, which means a no-worry man. Vaikuntha, free from anxiety. Okay. I hear you, but yeah. What is that? The noble bear story. You want the noble bear story. Noble bear story. It's from the Ramayana. And in the Ramayana, it comes to the point where the battle has been won. Sita has been kidnapped. Sita is kept in an Ashoka grove on the island Lanka, and there Ravana's abode, the man-eating monster king. And then Ravana is defeated and Hanuman is there. So Hanuman, he had been there before in this Ashoka grove. He knew where it was. So Hanuman, after the battle, went to inform Sita. He came and he said, the battle is won. Ravana is dead. You are free to go. Meanwhile, there are these Rakshasis, these ladies that had been appointed by Ravana to torture Sita and to harass her. So then they're still there. So Hanuman sees them. And Hanuman says, we still have some Rakshasas here. I'll just kill them and then we can go. And then Sita says, no, Hanuman, we can't kill them. He says, no, it's okay. I can do it. It's nothing for me. I'll do it in a snap. Right? It's nothing, I'll just fix them up. Right? And then Sita says, no, Hanuman. And then she tells the story. Once upon a time, there was a hunter in the forest. And this hunter was just killing various animals, and he was going around, and all the animals were running in fear. Then he had a bow and arrow, which is like, it's a weapon, but still a little simple. He comes with his bow and arrow, shooting left and right, and then suddenly he faces a tiger 1 meter away from him. This tiger looking straight in the face. I mean, in front of a tiger, what's a little bow gonna do? You shoot an arrow in a tiger, and it's not gonna work. The hunter was a professional. He knew it very well. So he ran for his life. And the tiger on his heels, the hot breath in his neck, somehow or other, a tree. He climbed up in this tree, he's up in the tree, and there's a bear. Oh my God, he looks down at the tiger, up at the bear. Then the bear speaks, the tiger speaks. And the tiger says to the bear, he says, you see that man? He's a hunter. He's our mutual enemy. If you kick him down, I will eat him. The bear says, no, I cannot do that because he's a guest in my home. So I must welcome him, look after him. Then the tiger says to the hunter, you see that bear? If you kick down that bear, I'll eat that bear instead of you. Immediately the hunter kicks down the bear, and the bear falls down, and but grabs a branch, climbs back up, and the tiger says to the bear, he said, you see that man, such a treacherous creature. You protected him. You gave him shelter in your home. You selflessly protected him. And what did he do? He kicked you down. I tell you, bear, kick down this hunter now before he'll kick you again. No, says the bear, I cannot do that. The fact that he misbehaved doesn't justify that I will misbehave as well. And so the bear did not kick down the hunter. So in this way, Sita made the point, the fact that they misbehaved doesn't justify that we misbehave. Therefore, Hanuman, no, you cannot kill them. Hanuman, okay. That's the noble bear story. Yeah, let us all be noble bears. Right? Tell Gopal to be a noble bear. Thank you very much. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai.
Jai.
And without further ado, I'd like to request Vraja Prabhu to speak about a bumpy journey towards harmony with Bhagavad Gita. Let's welcome her with a big Hari Bol. Hari Bol!
Namaha Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane Nirvisesa Sunyavadi Paskya Talesha Tarane Vanchakalpa Tarubhyascha Kripa Sindhu Vyaevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gaur Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. I'm very happy to be here in the beautiful Radha Gopinath Temple with all of you and Srila Prabhupada. What we have for you today is a memoir in photographs. I wonder if it's possible to turn the lights off so we can see the screen better. Thank you very much. So, this is a bumpy journey toward harmony with the Bhagavad Gita. This journey begins many, many years ago. As a child, I was very interested in photography. This is a picture I took when I was 8 or 9 years old. And looking back on it, I was really confused about the world and what I was supposed to be doing in the world. And on some level, I thought if I photographed it and studied it, maybe I could figure it out. So I took pictures of everything. This is in my father's office in Manhattan. He has his back to the camera, and those are his employees and his customers. This is in my hometown. I grew up in a suburb of Manhattan, and this sort of thing really confused me. Why women decided to look in this way and spent their time and money in this way. This was in America in the 1960s, and it was a time of great disturbance there. I participated in many, many demonstrations to try to get equal rights for black people. I really felt horrible how this group of people was treated so unfairly. And I also participated in demonstrations to try to end the war in Vietnam, which to me was an unnecessary war. Then it became time to go to college. I decided to major in photography at Rochester Institute of Technology in upstate New York. That's me on the left. And I became right away fascinated with close-up photographs. On the right is soap bubbles, and every bubble is reflecting the window and the sky and the cloud outside. So for those who have not seen this before, do you know what this is? This is also a close-up photograph. Grapes. These are grapes. And this one? Red cabbage, yes. This is some sort of a dried bean pod, and this one is difficult. Again, for those who have not seen it before, this is the heart of an artichoke. So that took me through my first year of college, and then I returned to New York City, and I got a job as an assistant to a commercial photographer in New York City. We did a lot of work that summer, and I became disillusioned with commercial photography because to me it was all about getting people to spend money in ways that they probably did not need to spend money. So I left that aspect of photography for good. I returned to college and continued my close-up work. These are fingers. And over Christmas I went home to my parents' house, and I still kept taking close-up pictures. This is a picture I took of a spoon. And when I was taking this picture, my mother looked in the room and she said, "What are you doing?" And she came in and leaned over. So at that moment I took the picture. So my mother is reflected in the surface of the spoon upside down with a white blouse. Can you see her? These are photographic chemicals that have dried. is a human hair dancing for the camera. This is one more question for you. This is beetroot. Who said beetroot? Very good. This is organic beetroot. So I took this project. It was a term project in college. I took it to a publisher in Manhattan, and he turned it into a book. This is my legal maiden name. And the book got some good reviews. Ralph Hattersley wrote for a popular photography magazine. Beaumont Newhall was a photographic historian. And W. Gene Smith was a photojournalist. In those years, he was considered one of the 10 best photojournalists in the world. So the second summer, I thought I'd try my hand at photojournalism, so I got a job as an assistant to W. Gene Smith. These are some of Smith's pictures. And I really admired him as an artist with his camera. He also wanted to help people. This is one of a series of pictures he took in a leper colony in Africa. He was also a World War II photographer. He thought if people saw the horrors of war, they would take steps to end war. So he had a good heart, and he was a great artist. But as his assistant, I realized that he was not somebody I wanted to emulate because he was an alcoholic. He was not on speaking terms with his ex-wife. He had 2 children that he also was not speaking to. And he was living with a Japanese woman who was half his age, and they had a very difficult relationship. So I was still confused about my life and what I should do with my life. And in college, I had had a friend who was also majoring in photography who went to India. And from India, he wrote to me and said, you should come to India. You should join me. So I did that in 1970. I went to India. India was a very unusual experience for me, coming from the West. What is unique for me in this picture is that the people behind the man with his head in the sand are more interested in the photographer than in the man with his head in the sand. Or they don't care one way or another. India was also extraordinarily beautiful in parts, stunningly beautiful. This is in West Bengal on the Jalangi River. And for me as a Westerner, ordinary things were done in extraordinary ways in India. Even the animals were unique. I had never heard of a hog-eating stool before. And the term street dog took on special meaning in India. In the West, the dogs are so pampered. But in India, you can really understand what the phrase street dog means. And there I saw they used animals as we use trucks in the West to transport goods from one place to another. There were also some disappointments. Some people who were supposed to be holy were not acting in a holy way. After a few months, it became very hot for my friend and me. We were not used to that intense heat and humidity. So we decided to go to Nepal. We went to a small town called Pokhara, and we started trekking up the Himalayas. We had heavy backpacks, 45-pound backpacks, and we went up and up and up. And every night we'd come to a different village where the doors had no locks. And the villagers were very friendly. They would invite us in and give us rice and vegetables. And we carried cashew nuts and raisins with us that we would share with them. So it was a very family-like atmosphere, even though in one sense we were strangers. Finally, we got to 10,000 feet, which at that time of the year was the snow line. And we found an abandoned shed there, and we decided to rest for a few days. And at that time, from the bottom of his backpack, my friend pulled out a blue paperback, and he gave it to me, and he said, you should read this. And that was Bhagavad Gita as it is, by His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. So I love to read, and it was an excellent atmosphere to read in, surrounded by snow-capped peaks. But I found that somehow or other I could not understand Bhagavad Gita. I could not make head nor tail of it. And yet, at the same time, I had a very strong feeling that this book could give me knowledge and values and direction that would help me in my life. So it was a mystical experience. Then we went back to India, and as it happened, we went to a town in India where the residents follow the teachings of Bhagavad Gita. We went to Vrindavan. The essence of Bhagavad Gita is to always think of Krishna, to become his devotee, to worship him. And the residents of Vrindavan are devoted to doing those very things. We spent a month living in Vrindavan, and that month really transformed me. Where I had grown up, the whole orientation was that you get a good education to get a good job. And a good job meant a job that earns a lot of money. And once you had a lot of money, then you could live comfortably and enjoy some power and prestige and happiness. That was the idea. And what I found practically was that people indeed had a good education and a good job and comforts and prestige, but they really lacked happiness. Whereas in Vrindavan, the people had neither education, nor good job, nor comfort, and yet they had a happiness that was palpable. So I really had to stop and reevaluate my life and my goals. It was in Vrindavan that I experienced the beauty of simplicity, and I understood how little we actually need to be fulfilled and satisfied in our life. And it seemed to me the residents of Vrindavan had found an inner contentment that was foreign to me, and it was based on a sublime culture. So I really wanted to understand more of that culture and to try to experience the fulfillment that these residents were experiencing. And by Krishna's grace, my friend and I met the author of Bhagavad Gita as it is in India, His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. And we were so impressed, not only by Prabhupada's knowledge, but also by how he lived the knowledge in a practical way, and how he could explain it so it was so logical and appealing, that we both became his students, my friend and I. And then I spent the next 25 years trying to understand his Bhagavad Gita as it is. And after that time I thought I would really like to explain this book so that even a child could understand it. So I wrote and illustrated a Bhagavad Gita for children, our most dear friend. And by Krishna's grace, it does well on Amazon sometimes. Amazon changes its ratings of books every hour, so books bounce all over the place, but sometimes this book does well. So these are some pages from our most dear friend. It begins as the Gita itself begins, by explaining there's a difference between us as spiritual beings and the body. That the spirit is eternal and the body is temporary. That it's the spirit, the soul, that gives life to the body. Wherever we see life, we can know that a soul, a spirit soul, is present, whether it's the body of a bug, or a fish, or a bird, or a beast, or a human being. If there's life there, it means a soul is present in that body. Also, in the Gita it explains that the body goes through all these changes from birth to death, but the soul within the body does not change. The soul is eternal. Krishna gives the analogy that just as when our clothes become old, we give them up and get new clothes, so in the same way, when the body is old and useless, the soul gives up that body and gets a new body. Paraphrasing from the Gita, when we understand the soul, we will be joyful and will never forget our higher spiritual nature. Even if great trouble comes, we will not be disturbed. When we understand the soul, we will see that all living beings are part of Krishna, the Supreme Being, God. They are his children and are spiritually equal. And we will be kind to all living beings, knowing they are all dear to him. So our personal story continues that my friend in college who went to India and wrote to me and invited me to come to India, and who also became the student of Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Prabhupada also married us. We are still married to this very day. And we have 2 daughters. The girl in the pink dress on the right is our elder daughter, Rasamrita. In the Gita, Krishna says that everything rests upon him as pearls rest on a thread. There is no truth above him. He is the source of the material world and the spiritual world. Not a blade of grass moves without his desire. He knows the past and the present and the future. And he is also our most dear friend. So when this project was complete, I thought I would like to try to do a more complete photographic presentation of the Gita. So I wrote and illustrated Bhagavad Gita, a photographic essay. By Krishna's grace, it got an award when it was first published. So these are some pages from this book. This is my father-in-law. On the right, he was in his 20s. And on the left, he's in his 80s. So the body has changed completely, but it's the same person because the same soul is residing within that body. Also, Krishna explains that for those of us who are embodied, which is all of us here, we must undergo birth, old age, disease, and finally death. These things are inevitable for embodied souls. The soul is called marginal, Krishna's marginal energy. Just as the beach is the margin between the land and the water, sometimes the beach is covered with water and sometimes that water recedes. So in the same way, sometimes we, as marginal energy, we're covered by Krishna's material energy. And when that happens, we think, I'm Australian, or I'm American, I'm a woman, or I'm a man, I'm old, or I'm young, I'm weak, or I'm strong. And sometimes by the grace of Guru and the grace of God, that material covering recedes. And when that happens, we can understand I'm not any one of those material designations, but I'm a spiritual being. I'm part and parcel of God. Also, the analogy is there that the cage is like the body, and the bird is like the soul. So at the time of death, the soul leaves the body, just as a bird flies out of the cage. So this is my husband with our younger daughter. This also illustrates an important principle from the Gita, that the father provides everything for the daughter. You can say there's nothing the daughter has that has not been provided by the father. But if the daughter takes a simple cracker and offers that to her father with love, the father's so pleased by that offering. So in the same way, everything we have has come from God. There is nothing we have that has not come from God. But if we take flowers and fruits and vegetables and offer them to God with love, he's pleased by that because he's a person and he can feel the love in our offering. Krishna also explains that throughout the world there are godly and ungodly people who live side by side. And by understanding his teachings in the Gita, we can learn to distinguish the godly from the ungodly, so that we may associate with those who are godly, and in that way become godly ourselves. So while we were doing these projects, my family and I were moving to different cities in the United States, and eventually we moved to Los Angeles. We wanted to be near my father-in-law, who was very elderly at that time. And when he passed away, we thought, well, now we can move anywhere. And we decided to move to British Columbia in Canada. We moved to a small community there of people who are devoted to following the teachings of Bhagavad Gita. It's a place called Sharanagati. It's 4.5 hours from Vancouver. And it's 1,600 acres. It has 2 lakes, as you can see. And there are about 25 or 30 families who live there, all of whom are applying the teachings of the Gita to their lives. And as one can imagine, it was a radical difference from Los Angeles. We got a small home there, tucked amongst the fir trees. The unique feature of Sharanagati is that it's off the grid. There is no electricity from the powerhouse. So under the windows on the right, there are 2 rectangles. Those are solar panels. The sun hits those panels, and that energy is fed into a bank of batteries. And from those batteries, we have electricity in our home. So we have computers, we have lights, we have telephones. What we do not have is an electric bill from the electric company, because our electricity is homemade. And in Sharanagati, we felt much closer to Krishna's great elements, the sky and the earth and the water. Many of these pictures were taken from the front porch of our home. That's Lake Sharanagati, shining through the fir trees, and in the back is a hill the residents call Govardhan. On the top is a shrine for the Panchatattva. So I began to write about the experience of living in Sharanagati, and it turned into a book called Harmony and the Bhagavad Gita, Lessons from a Life-Changing Move to the Wilderness. And this book is in 4 parts. The first part is harmony within, because the understanding is we cannot expect to have harmony in our family, or in our society, or in our community, unless we have internal harmony. And as we know, the Gita itself begins in great disharmony. Krishna's student, Arjuna, is very confused and distressed about the most beneficial course of action for him. And Krishna explains that to be successful on the spiritual path, one must be resolute. In the front yard of our home, we had many ant colonies, and I noticed that when the colonies were disturbed, there'd be frenzied activity amongst the ants. But every ant seemed to know just what to do, and they did not appear to become depressed or discouraged or negative. Whereas human beings, when there's some confusion, very often they do become depressed and discouraged and negative. So there's so many lessons we can learn from nature. We also have summer camp in Sharanagati. For one project, we cut down an old tree and made some logs. And we took the balance of the wood and ran it through our own Sharanagati wood mill to make planks. And the campers themselves nailed these planks onto the logs to make that raft. And then they paddled around on their homemade raft on Lake Sharanagati. This is our younger daughter. The younger girls in Sharanagati all had their own horses. So this is her own horse. And this is part 2 of this project, Harmony with the Earth and the Creatures of the Earth. We do have bears in Sharanagati. Sometimes people hear about that and they decide they will not visit Sharanagati. But in fact, the bears are afraid of people. They usually run if you make some noise. However, when no one's looking, they do eat the apples off our apple trees. And they do eat the carrots out of our garden. The campers found this lizard and were delighted by it. In the Gita, Krishna also speaks about the importance of balance. We will always have material responsibilities and spiritual aspirations. And to be successful spiritually, we must balance these things. Otherwise, it's very difficult to experience harmony within and harmony without. Now, these two campers, they discovered that if they held a gamsha is a very thin Indian towel, they held this gamsha between them and they created a sail. And then they sailed the entire length of Lake Sharanagati, which is 1 mile long. And when they got to the end, they were stuck because they didn't know about tacking. Tacking is when you change the sail to go back the way it came. So this is part 3. We started with harmony within and then harmony with the earth and the creatures of the earth. So this perhaps is more challenging. Harmony with other people. In the Gita, Krishna says that the reason that he speaks to Arjuna, that of all the people he chose Arjuna to speak Bhagavad Gita to, was because Arjuna had the unique qualification that he was not envious. Envy is the great relationship disruptor. This is in the backyard of our home. This is a homemade hammock. Our daughter's in the center, and her friends, who are twins, are on either side. Through the teachings of the Gita, we can understand that whatever assets and qualities another person has are the gift of God. And rather than begrudge a person of those assets and qualities, we can admire them as Krishna's gift, as God's gift, and try to assist that person. In that way, we cooperate and try to enhance their efforts rather than let envy invade our hearts. Also, by chanting the names of God, as we were chanting just a few minutes ago, we can feel His presence and purify ourselves of these lower qualities like lust, envy, anger, greed. This is our daughter riding her horse through the valley, accompanied by her friend riding her horse. These children grew up without television, and they're okay. This is the fourth and the final part, the wellspring or the source of harmony. So Krishna explains that from him comes the Brahma Jyoti. The Brahma Jyoti is the energy of God, the all-pervasive light or force that's everywhere and that is without a form. Also from him comes what's called Super Soul or Paramatma. Paramatma is situated in the heart of each and every living entity along with the Jiva soul, and it is from the Paramatma that we get guidance. He is our witness, the overseer, the permitter, the friend of the soul. And Krishna is also Bhagavan. Bhagavan means he is complete in all opulences, and he is also all attractive. And from him, everything else comes. This treehouse was built by a 12-year-old resident of Sharanagati who went on to marry another Sharanagati resident when he grew up. And together, husband and wife built a beautiful home in Sharanagati. Today they have 4 children. And he was recently elected to be the president of the Sharanagati Village Corporation. The Sharanagati is a wonderful place to understand the essence of who we are as living beings and to avoid a life of hankering and lamentation. The need of the spirit soul is that it wants to get out of the limited sphere of material bondage and fulfill its desire for complete freedom. It wants to see the free light and the spirit. That's a quote from Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. In Sharanagati, we heat our home with wood heat, and for water, we found an aquifer at the base of the mountain. We put a pipe from the aquifer into our home, so there's no electricity needed to get water. It's gravity fed. So we could have applied the teachings of Bhagavad Gita anywhere, It's not that one has to move to a remote place to apply those teachings. It doesn't matter what work one does or where one does it. It's all glorious if it's done in a spirit of bhakti, in a spirit of devotion to God. Here the residents are reading Bhagavad Gita by the fireplace, which is by the lake. And this is changing bodies in Sharanagati. The lower picture was taken in the year 2000, and the upper picture in the year 2012. On the right is Rasa, 12 years apart. Next to her is her twin sister Kava. In the middle is Kalindi. And next to Kalindi is Gopal, who's Kalindi's sister. And she was the shortest and became the tallest. And then on the left is our daughter, Haripriya. So this became harmony in the Bhagavad Gita, lessons from a life-changing move to the wilderness. By Krishna's grace, it got some good reviews. And while we were doing this project, my husband and I also made films, documentary films, about Srila Prabhupada and about the society he created and the activities of his students. We made about 12. In 12 years, we made 8 films. And I also made a short film about my own journey in Krishna consciousness. And then I thought I'd really like to understand what happened to me in my life, because I'd had such a drastic transformation from what I was to what I was trying to be. So I started to write a memoir. What happened to me? And I started with my parents. They were very good people, my parents. And they had faith that my brother and I would make good decisions in our life. They trusted us, but they had no idea what decisions we would make. That was quite a shock to them. My father worked very hard, 12-hour days, and although he was very good at what he did, for reasons beyond his control, his business failed. And that was very painful for me to see growing up. I left that world entirely. This is my friend and I on that mountain top in Nepal with that abandoned shed. And at this time, I was actually very confused about my life. I had no purpose or direction. Although I loved photography, I didn't know what I wanted. Did I want to become famous? Did I want to become wealthy? Did I want to become powerful? I was confused and empty inside. Although I was surrounded by beauty, it didn't help me understand my direction and my purpose. And everything at that time was quite foreign to me, but oddly enough, I was very foreign to the people there, especially the children. It was almost like if they stared at me long enough, they could figure out what I was. But I was very taken by the culture of India. It was really a culture of service. It seemed to me that in the West, it was more a culture of getting, and in India it was really a culture of giving. The young people served the younger people. The parents served their children. The teachers served the students. And there was tremendous bonding in the family also. Much more than what I had experienced growing up in the West. A great sense of community. In the West, you can live next door to someone for decades and not know anything about them. But in India, for better or worse, that was not possible to do. Although in the cities, the Western influence was coming in strongly. In the villages, that influence was much less. And you could really sense the beauty and the dignity of the tradition and the culture, and how it created people with lofty goals, and the fortitude and the inspiration to fulfill those goals. So the tradition really resonated very deeply within me. My friend and I would spend days sometimes traveling on the Indian trains. try to reprioritize our lives, realign our lives, make sense of what we were learning. And we grew also to respect the agrarian lifestyle. It's a very hard life, and yet the fruits are very real. The gifts of the earth are very real, substantial. But it was in Vrindavan that I really was transformed. I realized that I had become an atheist because my parents were atheists. They had both were raised in a religious tradition, but when they came of age, they gave up religion because they didn't have any philosophy. It simply had rituals. So they raised my brother and me as atheists, and I was a staunch atheist until Vrindavan. And at that time, it occurred to me that I was an atheist because my parents were atheists. It was not a choice I had made for myself. And I saw how rich the residents of Vrindavan, the richness of their lives, how it made their lives so fulfilled, this faith in God and faith in His instructions. So I wanted to really experience that myself, a kind of faith, and how it could enrich one's life. It was in Vrindavan that I realized that the deepest root of my being had been poisoned by cynicism and skepticism and suspicion. And I opened to the possibility that was a realm beyond my perception. There was beauty beyond my perception, and truth beyond the intellect. I would spend hours every day in the morning with these widows who chanted the Maha Mantra. And although their voices were not particularly melodious and they were not so expert with the instruments, they chanted with such sincerity and such faith that it affected me very deeply. These women had left their families for something that was very important to them. In later years, women would be sent to Vrindavan unwillingly, rejected by their families as burdens. But in these years, these women had made the choice to go there, and they felt it was a privilege to be in Vrindavan, to be able to chant the holy names. I had heard the chanting in the West, but it was under such different circumstances, with such different people, that it did not affect me in the same way as it did in Vrindavan. So I was inspired by these residents, and I wanted to experience what they seemed to be experiencing. I felt I had something very important to learn from them. And by Krishna's mercy, Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada was there in India to explain the science of self-realization and make us aware of the logic of that science and make it also accessible to us. And he also made communities of spiritually minded people. This is his sister who used to visit us regularly in the Calcutta temple. And in fact, there was a group of devotees in the temple, all inspired by Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Prabhupada also took us to the holy places in India. He was going to Vrindavan in a car, and the car broke down, so he joined us on the bus. So he's sitting there at the head of the bus, the captain of our ship. And he introduced us to Mayapur, the appearance place of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. It was Lord Chaitanya who introduced the chanting of the Maha Mantra and wanted it to go to every town and village on the surface of the earth. This is Prabhupada in his rooms in Vrindavan, very simple rooms. It was here in Vrindavan, in these rooms, that he translated the first canto of the Bhagavatam and brought that with him to America when he first came in 1965. And he very kindly accepted me as his student. This is me many years ago in a different body. do that. And I was thrilled to learn that what I love to do is photography, and I could do that in Krishna consciousness. I started taking photographs of Srila Prabhupada and his students. It was such a novel idea, yet so practical, that what you love to do, you can do for Krishna as bhakti, as devotional service. And Prabhupada was a very expressive person, a wonderful subject. For this particular picture, this was in Juhu. In the afternoons in Juhu, Prabhupada would go for darshan on the rooftop. About 4 o'clock or so. It was a wonderful time. The air was very gentle and the light was very even. Prabhupada relished it there with the palm trees. So one evening he came a little bit early, and somehow I came a little bit early too. The guests had not yet arrived, so it was just me and Prabhupada sitting, and I had my camera. And he looked at me and he said, "Where should I look?" You know, all of you got it. I had no idea what he was talking about. My mind was racing. Finally I understood he's saying, where should he look so I could take a picture? So when I got that, then I had to try to think of an answer. Right? So again, my mind was racing. Where should he look? So finally, I said, wherever you like, Srila Prabhupada. So he turned like this to his right just slightly, and I took this photo. So out of thousands of pictures that I took of Srila Prabhupada, this is the only one that is posed. This is in his rooms in Mayapur. His godbrother Sridhar Swami came to visit him from Navadvip. Sridhar Swami arrived in a car, and someone came to Prabhupada's room where Prabhupada was sitting and told him his godbrother had arrived. And Prabhupada immediately jumped up and raced down the hallway and down the stairs and met Sridhar Swami on the landing. Sridhar Swami was coming up the stairs. And Prabhupada was so happy. They were talking and laughing together, went up the stairs into Prabhupada's rooms. And then, thankfully, they spoke in English so we could understand a little bit. And at the end of their discussion, they had a kirtan. And although Sridhar Swami was very elderly, he stood up. And you can see on the left, there are two hands, elderly hands. Those are Sridhar Swami's. The room is so small, and we couldn't include everything. And Prabhupada is also there dancing with his disciples. Prabhupada also started these wonderful programs of mass prasadam distribution. He said no one should go hungry within a 10-mile radius of the temple. So he invited all the villagers of Mayapur to come and get khichdi, this wonderful stew of dal and rice and vegetables. And as you can see, the devotees would feed so many people every day for free, very healthy prasadam. And Prabhupada introduced these glorious festivals throughout the world. Rath Yatra, this is in San Francisco in 1974, so that people everywhere could taste a little bit of the culture of India and understand a little bit of the philosophy and the practice that Prabhupada introduced. This is me on the left there photographing. Prabhupada was often surrounded by young male followers who were neither understanding nor supportive of my service, but Prabhupada himself was very understanding and supportive. Every day Prabhupada would get many letters from his students. Sometimes they would have personal troubles they would express to Prabhupada, sometimes the troubles they were having with other devotees, sometimes troubles with their parents, legal troubles the temple was having. And Prabhupada responded to each and every letter with encouragement and practical guidance, inspiration. But as you can imagine, this was not an easy task for Prabhupada. He also had extraordinary students. This is Yamuna Devi Dasi, who was a singer par excellence. Here she's with George Harrison. She wrote an amazing cookbook that got an award for the best cookbook of the year. It was the first time a vegetarian cookbook had won that award. In 1977, Prabhupada became very ill, He returned to Vrindavan. The residents were quite concerned, as were the devotees. And in November 14th, 1977, surrounded by his loving followers, Prabhupada left this world. So I gathered all these thoughts and created this memoir, 5 years, 11 months, and a lifetime of unexpected love. By Krishna's grace, I got some awards and some good reviews. So while we were doing these projects, my husband and I also made this movie. Some of you perhaps have seen it. Hare Krishna, how many people have seen Hare Krishna? Almost. Oh my goodness. So it's just recently become available on DVD. We have a few minutes. We could play the trailer from that if you like, or we could have a discussion about a bumpy journey to harmony, towards harmony. Or we could do both. We have 15 minutes left. So it takes a minute for the computer to recognize the DVD. If anyone has any reflections or comments or thoughts of any kind, this would be an opportunity to express that. Yes, please. That's a very good question. That because I was coming from an atheistic background, it was a 180-degree shift for me to become from atheism to theism. So along that way, there are many internal doubts that I had due to my conditioning and upbringing. So that certainly was a big bump along the way. Also, very often, as I mentioned, there would be obstacles to my service. Especially from the young men who had other ideas about what I should be doing. So that was another bump along the way. But because Prabhupada was so encouraging and the philosophy was so nourishing, that I managed to continue despite these difficulties or challenges, you could say. Thank you. So we can take a look at the trailer here. That's okay. Let's see.
Spiritual master is calling.
He said that he would like to go to America.
I said, are you crazy? The old man, you are going to die.
Someone told you the story, you wouldn't believe it.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare.
He's 70 years old, he has no money, he's starting an effort, and it turns into an international movement.
Everyone is thinking, I'm American, I'm Indian, I'm European, I'm Australian, but I'm not this body. I am spirit soul.
He looked like the Prime Minister of the galaxy.
Prabhupada was quite unlike any teacher we'd ever known. There was no gap between what he spoke and what he lived.
The Vedic scriptures gave some sort of backbone to my life.
People were joining left and right. Everywhere people went, there were Hare Krishnas.
Many would consider members of the Hare Krishna sect to be dangerous religious fanatics, but the Krishnas say they're simply misunderstood.
People would kidnap us and try to deprogram us.
The more he got attacked, the more energized he became. Prabhupada loved a good fight.
He was actually bringing some kind of ray of light to the right place.
regardless of race, of religion, of nationality. We are all brothers and sisters.
If I see this person, this soul, struggling just like I'm struggling in my body, I have a reason to love you. That's deep.
His words carry so much power. It's a full expression of his heart that comes through.
The perfection of this life is to understand oneself. This is the beginning.
Hare Krishna. We also have an alternate trailer. If there's no further discussion, we can look at the alternate trailer. Yes?
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. A hypnotic rhythmic chant of 16 words has replaced LSD. On 2nd Avenue and 1st Street is a storefront in which a Hindu Swami has set up shop.
Traditionally, Swamis, yogis, Zen masters all moved uptown to the rich. And here was Bhaktivedanta, like in the depths of Calcutta.
Swami Bhaktivedanta, he once said that he was the servant of the servant of the servant of God.
Everyone is thinking, I'm American, I'm Indian, I'm European, I'm Australian. I'm not this body. I am spirit soul.
Teachings of bhakti are meant to create a revolution within the heart. They're meant to change the way we see the world.
The 60s, everything exploded.
The young people were not satisfied. They were looking for something more.
We wanted to find out what is the truth.
At the age of 70, Srila Prabhupada just left everything that was known to him.
He said, I want to go to America. I said, are you crazy? Old man, you are going to die.
He was fearless and he was bold. He did not give up his dream. He had this one spirit, one calling in his heart. If someone told you the story, you wouldn't believe it.
So I went to America alone.
All by himself, a trunk of books, 40 rupees. It was impossible. But Srila Prabhupada had faith. Prabhupada had a vision for the world from day one. He wanted to embrace the world.
So how many people preferred the first trailer, the official trailer? And how many people preferred the second trailer, the alternate trailer? Oh, the alternate trailer won. Thank you so much for your attention. We do have the DVDs and the memoirs available here for those who are interested. And we do have a few minutes if there's anything you would like to discuss about these various points. Yes, please. Well, thank you. Yes, please. It really depended on the situation, I would say, that there isn't a single response. I mean, sometimes you can approach the person who's making the disturbance and discuss with them. Sometimes you have to go to the authority and explain the predicament. Sometimes you just have to tolerate